Alley-oop! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Lacey, Washington. I say beautiful because this is the first time in a couple days we haven't had rain. This game originally slated for yesterday, moved to today. Another St. Martin's doubleheader against Western Washington was moved to Monday. I'm trying to figure out if we're about to have the national anthem here, but I think we're introducing the St. Martin's lineup, just figuring out the order of things in my first game here. I'll go over both the lineups while our PA announcer Chris Greger does that on the field. It's Duclos leading off for Simon Fraser, McGlynn batting second, Afelt third, Davy Duke fourth, Balkin fifth, Zagari sixth. The bottom three are Barkin, Jansen, and Hughes. The pitcher for Simon Fraser is Reese Davis. On the other side, the first home lineup for St. Martin's University in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. It's Brittany Patrick leading off, Schultz batting second, Connerly will bat in the three-hole, Schmidt 4, Gaudia 5, Smoke 6, and the bottom three are Matlock, Legowski, and Convery. Convery is out there in center field. Tia Ridings is the pitcher. The southpaw will step into the circle to start us off. As that national anthem, or the starting lineups is being read, the national anthem of both Canada and the United States will play. And we are near ready for Game 1 here. We apologize for a limited camera angle that we're going to have throughout this contest, mostly just due to a split staff as we have a baseball game going on across campus on the same time. But we're going to do what we can to bring you the best product possible here, and you'll see most of the game, and I'll take you through what you can't see. Starting lineups have been read, and we're just about ready to get underway. We'll have national anthems, and when we come back, I'll bring you St. Martin's softball from Saints Field here in Lacey, Washington. back here, and we are just about ready to get going. We had the Canadian National Anthem, of course, because the visiting Simon Fraser University Red Leafs, the only Canadian team in the NCAA, and they are playing the host St. Martin Saints here. This is the first first GNAC versus GNAC team here for St. Martin's University. Simon Fraser picked up one game against Western Washington yesterday. They played on their way down in Bellingham. They didn't even play on the campus of Western Washington. They got rained out of that. They played at a local high school, but they got one game, and they got mercy ruled in that contest. And we are just about ready to get going here. It's 11:57 local time. I'm going to dip out for just a moment. We'll come back and we'll bring you some softball. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. We've been having some technical difficulties both here and at our other baseball broadcast. That first inning had a ground out to third, as well as two strikeouts by Tia Writing. So that'll kind of catch you up on what happened in that top of the first inning. Not too much happening, as Tia Writings locked down the Red Leafs there. And at the start of this bottom of the first inning, it is Brittany Patrick earning herself a walk to get to first base. So the leadoff batter is aboard with a walk. And the first pitch is low. Patrick stays steady over at first base. 1-0 count, no outs here. 0-0 in the first inning. Again, apologies for not being with you to take you through that first inning of play. Two games at the same time leads to a divided staff and plenty of chaos in my department as we get a foul ball, and the count will go to 1-1. Reese Davis, the left-hander for Simon Fraser University. Davis out of Surrey, British Columbia. Excuse me, she's a right-hander. Tia Writings is the lefty pitcher in this contest. Right-hander out of Surrey. She stands 5'8" in her freshman season. Count is 1-1 right now to Kekai Schultz. Squares to bunt, drops it down, and it will go foul. Count goes to 1-2. Starting lineup once again for St. Martin's University. If you didn't hear it the first time, it's Patrick leading off, Schultz batting second, Connerly third. The middle three are Schmidt, Gaudia, and Smoke. And the bottom three are Matlock, Legowski, and Convery. Jim Peterson is the head man for St. Martin's softball. Tina Andrina is at the helm for the Red Leafs. The 1-2 pitch coming in. Up high. Count goes to 2-2. Patrick over on first. She has attempted one stolen base and done it successfully. 1-for-1 on the season for the 5-4 St. Martin Saints. Up high. Count goes full. We're 3-2 for Kekai Schultz. Schultz on the season, batting .250 in 9 games played. This is her 21st at-bat of the year. This one lifted up in the sky, out to left center field, and it's a home run. Goodbye, softball. Kekai Schultz takes a full count pitch and slams it beyond the outfield fence. It's 2-0 SMU. How about that from Kekai Schultz? The sophomore out of Ridgefield, Washington, slams that one out of the park for her second home run of the season, RBI number 7 and 8 for the catcher today for St. Martin's University. How about it? It's 2-0. Right away already, we're going to have a mound visit. I'm going to log off for just a brief moment while this conversation happens. 2-0 SMU after the Kekai Schultz homer. Back here, it's 2-0 after the K.K. Schultz homer. Now up is Destiny Connerly, a long conversation with the pitcher Reese Davis. The entire infield came in and was a part of the conversation as well. First pitch is up and away. Count goes to 1-0 for Connerly. Connerly on the season batting .348. She's got 8 hits, 2 doubles, 1 home run along 4 RBIs. Finds the edge of the strike zone there, does Davis. Count goes to 1-1. Reese Davis, her stats on the season, she's 1-2, a 5.16 ERA. And she has had some struggles with her control. 14 walks to just 8 strikeouts. It was 15 walks after she allowed Patrick to get aboard and would later be rounding the bases after the K.K. Schultz home run. 2-1 count now. No outs here. Bottom of the first. 2-0. St. Martin's leads Simon Fraser. Swung on by Connerly. Chopped up into the sky, and it's a foul ball. Count goes to 2-2 now for Connerly. We already got warm-ups going on in the SMU bullpen down there. Looking through my binocs, it looks like number 22, Julia Hansen. 2-2 pitch is low. Count will go full. Second straight batter that have got on a full count versus Davis. (3-2), no outs. Bottom of the first, 2-0 Saints. Connerly at the plate. Davis in the circle. She sets and fires. Swung on by Connerly. Stays alive with a foul ball. By my count, Reese Davis, 16 pitches thrown here. Has yet to record an out versus a St. Martin squad that in 9 games has scored a total of 35 runs. And it'll be ball 4. Connerly will get herself to first base via the walk. But I'll tell you what, Connerly, she did not walk to first. She ran that one out. And one will be aboard now as Olivia Schmidt comes up. Schmidt on the season, batting .267. She's got 3 RBIs, no home runs. First pitch is in the zone, a strike. The 0-1 now into Schmidt. That one's low and in. Count goes to 1-1. Tia Ridings took care of business in the top half of this inning. And it's K.K. Schultz that has brought the only runs across here in the bottom half of this frame. Another foul ball chopped over, make it 1-2. St. Martin's wearing the home whites up top, black pants. Simon Fraser, they're in all red with white sleeves, however, for most of them. But red tops, red pants, white lettering. The 1-2 pitch with no outs and a runner on first. Davis fires it in. This one hit out to right field. Ranging over to make the catch is the right fielder, Jansen. And that will be the first out of the bottom of the first inning. Good lift on it from Schmidt, but an F9 to get the first out for Simon Fraser and the Red Leafs. Riley Gaudia now steps in. Gaudia playing the designated player position, DPDH, whatever you want to call it. She's not playing in the field, and Tia Ridings is not batting the pitcher, what we usually see in baseball. Sometimes you see it more unorthodox in softball, where you have a fielder that's particularly good that you don't want to bat and you want your pitcher to bat. This one's hit out to right field again, and then nearly doubling off was Jansen to Zagari, the first baseman, but couldn't get that throw into first in time. Connerly was apt to be there, so we got 2 flyouts. Out to Jansen in right field to get us 2 down in the bottom of the first. Now Vanessa Smoke steps in. Smoke prepares to receive the first pitch in the right-handed batter's box. It will go low in the zone, a called strike, but a successful steal from Destiny Connerly, and she's in scoring position now with 2 outs. The 0-1. That's low. Count goes to 1-1. Bottom of the first here, 2-0 Saints. 1-1 is the count. Smoke with Connerly on second. And time will be called. Home plate umpire is going to come out, take a deep breath, and let everybody get rehashed. Connerly, that successful stolen base she had, she's now 5 for 5 on the base paths, trying to swipe bags. Swing and a miss from Smoke. Count goes to 1-2. This one swung on to right field, and again, Jansen called on all 3 flyouts to her in right field. The Saints are on the board, however. Kai Schultz, a dinger over the left center field fence, and it is 2-0 SMU as we head to the top of the second. Back here, we are in the top of the second inning. We got Kristen Davy-Duke leading it off. She's the catcher for Simon Fraser today. We will have Janique Balkan bat second. First pitch is up high, called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Zagari will bat third, the first baseman. T. Ridings took care of business in the first, forcing a ground out, a fly out, or a ground out and 2 strikeouts. Count is 1-1 now as that one finds the zone. Davy Duke sees this one miss just outside. Good effort by the catcher, K.Kai Schultz, who is the lone scoring player of this game, as she knots the 2 RBIs on her belt. 2-1 now. The count misses outside. Couldn't frame that one. Count goes to 3-1. The defensive alignment for St. Martin's University. Schultz behind the plate, catching the balls and strikes from Ridings. Patrick over at third, Connor Lee short, Smoke at second, and Matlock, the first baseman. In the outfield from left to right, it's Schmidt, Convery, and Legowski. That one misses as well. So on 5 pitches, Davy Duke will walk and become the first base runner for the Red Leafs. First pitch coming in. This one is a foul ball. Nearly found itself a car over there. Count goes to 0-1. Janique Balkan stepping in there. Left-handed batter's box, and again a foul ball the opposite way from her. Count goes 0-2. Janique Balkan, left-handed batter. Sophomore out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Sounds 5-4 there in the batter's box. The 0-2 coming in. Swung on again. She is hitting the same spot. She's getting under it a little bit late, as the count is 0-2 with no outs. Swung on and missed. Tia Ridings, her 3rd strikeout. All 3 swinging, and next pitch will be just number 20 for him, as Zagari will now step in. Zagari on the season batting .263, no home runs, 11 RBIs. First pitch up high, gets Schultz out of her stance. Count goes to 1-0. 1 out here. Top of the 2nd inning. 2-0. Saints lead the Red Leafs. That one will miss as well. It's 2-0. One out. Smacks the zone. Count goes to 2-1. Game time temperature here in Lacey, Washington, the South Puget Sound area. 45 degrees here at nearly a half hour past noon. 2-1 up high, and the count will go to 3-1. Ridings has already walked 1 aboard, at risk of doing it for 2 different players. The 3-1 pitch with 1 out. Foul ball. Payoff pitch coming in from Ridings. Swung on, lifted up, foul ball again. we stay full at 3-2. Over at first base is Davy Duke. She led off this inning with a walk. Davy Duke on the season has attempted just one stolen base and done it successfully. Another 3-2, leans to get to it, but it's chopped foul. And again, we will have a payoff pitch at 3-2. One out here. Destiny Connolly is going to come down the shortstop and have a quick conversation with her pitcher, Tia Ridings, trying to find the punch-out pitch. Three-two. Swung on, lifted over to first, and it is foul down the first base line. The first baseman, Matlock, slipped up when she was backpedaling there. The second baseman, Smoke, came over but didn't have enough time to get under it. And this foul ball will keep Zagari alive at the plate. Good battle in this at-bat between Ridings and Zagari. Swung on, hit well, out to right field. Backing up is the right fielder, Legowski. She makes the catch, and it'll be two gone here in the top of the second. Number 10, Avery Barker now stepping in. Barker out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. Two outs. First pitch of her at-bat, her first time seeing Tia Ridings. Just misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. Again, it will miss. Count is now 2-0. That one not getting any favors from the home plate umpire on a pitch. Just missing outside to make the count 3-0. Ridings in danger of again walking aboard two. 3-0 pitch. That one splashes the zone. It was take all the way from Barker, the second baseman. Count is still a hitter's count at 3-1 now for Barker. On the season, Barker's played in 11 out of the 15 games and batted .238. Swing and a miss. Can't get a piece of it. And it is 3-2 with two outs. That means the runner, Davy Duke, will be going on the pitch. Popped up in the air. Out of play towards the parking lot. And we will do 3-2 once more. Davy Duke isn't going too hard. She didn't go too hard over there at first on that last one. And now she's running hard. This one's hit. It's going to get down in front of Legowski. Davy Duke running to third, and she's in there safely. The first hit of the contest for the Red Leafs comes off the bat of Avery Barker. Runners on the corners with two outs here for Simon Fraser. Annika Jansen steps up now. Jansen out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, 5'4" freshman. Left-handed batter. Prepares to receive from the southpaw pitcher. Right at the knees, just a little bit low, called a ball. One-0 pitch with two outs here. Top of the second. Runners on the corners. This one hit. A piece of it grabbed, and so the count will go to 1-1. One up in the zone, swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-2. That one swung on, a good piece of it grabbed down the right field line, and it's going to be extra bases. Stand up double and 2 RBIs, as coming home is both Davy Duke and Barker. It is 2-2 now after the 2 RBI double from Jansen. Amy Hughes now, the shortstop, will step up with a chance to possibly give Simon Fraser the lead. 2 hits into right field with 2 outs in this inning have kept it alive. They've tied up this contest at 2 apiece. First pitch is in the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 0-1 as Tia Ridings tries to rein it back in. 0-1, 2 outs. That one is bowled to the catcher, Schultz, who shoots to her right to grab it. Count goes to 1-1 after the ball. 2 outs here, 2-2, top of the second. And the 1-1 pitch coming in from Ridings with Jansen, the outfielder, on second. That one misses high. Count goes to 2-1. Jansen on the season, just to get a taste of her speed, she is 1 for 1 in stolen bases. So hasn't attempted a ton, but hasn't been caught. So in case she gets a chance to run home, we'll see if there might be a play at the plate. This one up high. Count goes to 3-1. T. Ridings has thrown 32 pitches this inning by my count. Swung on and fouled over the St. Martin's dugout. Count will go full, 3-2, 2 outs. And ball 4 will miss low and away. And so Hughes walks and the lineup card is flipped over. There will be 2 on and 2 outs for Megan Duclos. Duclos is from Quebec, so I should have expected the French pronunciation of Duclos there. Drops down the bunt. It's a foul ball off the foot of the catcher, Kekai Schultz. Count goes to 0-1. Chopped on and fouled back again from Duclos. Count goes to 0-2. Duclos, for first time up, grounded out to third base. Patrick fired over to the first baseman, Matlock, to deal with her. Now the 0-2. Foul ball. 0-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Those 2 being Jansen and Hughes. Duclos at the plate. Ball makes it 1-2. This one hit on the ground, fielded by Smoke. The flip over to first, and it's out. A bang-bang play. Smoke, a great job to take that slow roller and flip it to try and get the lefty Duclos, who is quick out of the box. She just does just that. The Simon Fraser first base coach wanted it to be called safe. It was very close over at first base, but that is all she wrote for the top of the second. A 2 RBI double for SFU. Ties them up with SMU. We'll be right back in the bottom half of the frame. Back here, we're in the bottom of the second inning. 2 up for St. Martin's University. It's Matlock, Legowski, and Convery. First pitch is fouled off, and we go to 0-1 for Matlock. We have a couple first official home at-bats for some Saints. Freshman Matlock right now out of Menlo, Washington, after a phenomenal prep career, making our way here to SMU. And right after this, Legowski will step into the batter's box here at Saints Field for the first time. Matlock, deep, and it's gone! Goodbye softball in her first at-bat here in Lacey, Washington. Olivia Matlock goes yard, and the Saints are back in front. That one just soared off the bat of the freshman, and how about it? It's 3-2 SMU. A home run show from St. Martin's deep to left field. Schultz went yard in the first. It's Matlock following suit here in the second. And now Legowski, another freshman, will step in for her first trip to the plate here at Saints Field. Of course, the Saints have been underway plenty this season. This is just the first home contest, so that's what I mean by that distinction. The first official home at-bat. As the first pitch to Legowski is low, count goes to 1-0. Looking over at the bullpen, we do see Abby Runyon warming up. Count is 1-0 for Legowski, as that one is right down Main Street. Count goes to 1-1. 3-2 contest here, bottom of the second. No outs. Something is happening. We're going to have to get out the binoculars. We're situated right near where your camera is out here in center field, so we're not apt to be a part of the conversations that are necessarily happening, but it seems like head coach Tina Andrena is having a conversation with our home plate umpire right now. And again, I believe there was a call for an illegal pitch on that last one. It went right down the middle. But what I'm being told from Chris Greger, our PA announcer, associate athletic director extraordinaire, is that they call it for an illegal pitch again. We had a couple called in the first that came back to result in walks, but it's an automatic ball when you get called for an illegal pitch there. And right now, both coach, pitcher, and umpire are having a conversation about what exactly illegal is happening, because I assume there is some disagreement between the Simon Fraser athletic staff and the umpiring crew. St. Martin's has not been called for an illegal pitch on the other side. So Davis getting talked to, called this a pitching visit, I guess, as they're going to figure out what exactly they're going to end up doing. We're going to take a quick break on the broadcast while they get this dealt with. It's 2-0, no outs. Olivia Matlock, a home run to start this inning. Legowski at the plate to see what she can do to follow up. Two-0 is the count. As we're back here, Reese Davis will fire that one, and it's in the zone, a called strike. I'm looking around, making sure there is no illegal pitch being called. But as far as I see, it will go down as a strike. Count is 2-1 now for Legowski versus Reese Davis. This one's low. Legowski, one of the taller players on this team, stands 5'10". Other than the pitcher, Chloe Leverington, Legowski is the tallest field player, I guess. This one up high, and that'll be ball for Legowski. Her first at-bat here at home will result in a walk to first base. Final batter to see the plate for either side today is Megan Convery. Megan Convery, the center fielder, steps in the left-handed batter's box. Convery on the season is batting 143, just one hit for her. She has accounted for 2 runs. Called strike, count goes to 0-1. Start off Convery's first trip to the plate here at home. This is game 1 of 2. We'll play another versus Simon Fraser after the conclusion of this one. And then the St. Martin Saints will host Western Washington for 2 tomorrow. Those games will start at noon, just like this one. As Reese Davis misses outside with that one, count goes to 1-1 for Convery here. You should be able to see her starting to exit the box a little bit early on all of her at-bats, trying to get a slap to it like she did there. That one goes foul, however. Count goes to 1-2. Batting in that second leadoff spot here in the 9-hole is Convery. Convery originally hails from Fairview, Oregon. Head coach Jim Peterson has a good chunk of his players from Oregon. I know the incoming class, there's quite a few from just down south. In the starting lineup, he has 4 players from Oregon. His entire roster of Oregon natives playing, including the pitcher Tia Ridings, as well as second baseman Vanessa Smoke and Olivia Schmidt, another outfielder. Something's going on here. And I believe we have another illegal pitch called? Yeah, just now, another illegal pitch called. And so instead of that last pitch being a strike, it will be a ball. Count will go to 2-1 as the umpires will all meet with each other. The entire infield is meeting with each other. Jim Peterson ran over to his dugout to see something. But, I mean, I'll tell you what. I've broadcast 2 full seasons of college softball, and I've maybe seen an illegal pitch called once. So for it to happen, which I believe that was the 4th time we've had it called on pitcher Reese Davis. That is quite a lot. Seems like Reese Davis will stay in there. The umpires are saying something to Jim Peterson. And apparently official warnings were issued for both coaches. So I don't know what the chirping going on down there is, but if we see any batters get hit, maybe we'll see an ejection here. As this one hits the corner of the zone, and then a standing up stolen base for Kaylee Legowski. As maybe she's just taking advantage of the kind of weird stop and start nature that we've had this inning. Called strike, however, makes it 2-2. Legowski, a successful steal. And again, in there with such timing that you didn't even need to try and slide towards the bag. This one, perfect workout swing and bunt there, and that is what you do as a slap hitter. You just put it in front of you, and you allow yourself to be halfway to first base before the third baseman can even think about getting it to it. By the time it got to it, Convery was well in safe, and so call it a hit for Megan Convery. Legowski advances to third, runners on the corners with no outs. Flip over the lineup card for the first time for St. Martin's University. Brittany Patrick steps in. She was along for the ride on the Kate Kai Schultz homer. She walked to get aboard in that game. This one on the inside part of the plate. Called a strike. Count goes to 0-1. Trying to get more clarification from down in the dugout on what exactly is the reasoning for the official warnings. I've never seen an official warning issued for anything other than some escalation of chirping as kind of the way that I would call it, trash talk. This one's hit right towards second base, turning for one, successful. No double play. Legowski will hold up at third base, so a pretty great defensive play there by Barker, the second baseman, to freeze Legowski from going home and get Convery on the fielder's choice. And they just called Patrick out there. She was safe by a mile. But for some reason, she is called out on that play. I don't know if they put a tag on her. I was just head down to mark the stats, but what an interesting bottom of the second we're getting here. A little bit of everything. Little bit of everything. Put that one down as at least a fielder's choice. This one is high in the sky, and grabbing it, the left fielder McGlynn to get out number 3. So a solo shot by Olivia Matlock. Legowski gets to third. Couple of legal pitches, a warning to both sides, and a double play of some proportion that I'm going to try and get some clarity on. We'll be right back. It's 3-2 SMU as we head to the third. back here. I've yet to gain some clarification on some of the calls there in that bottom of the second. Maybe some sort of hidden ball trick that ended up getting Patrick on that, what I guess would go down as a double play. There's a foul ball here. Due up this half inning. It's McGlynn as well as Felt and Davy Duke. Count is 0-2. Tia Riding's back out there. She's yet to been called for an illegal pitch. 0-2 into the left-hander McGlynn, who is 0 for 1 today. Riding sets to fire. Misses high and away. Count goes to 1-2. Fouled off. We stay at 1-2. Score is 3-2 here. Saints have scored all their runs right now via the long ball. It was a 2-run jack by Kekai Schultz and a solo shot by Olivia Matlock. That puts us at 3-2. On the other side, a 2 RBI double from Jansen for Simon Fraser. That puts the score where it's at. 1-2 pitch coming in. Swung on, dribbled over to first, and in foul territory, Brittany Patrick will field, or excuse me, Matlock will field. And we'll do 1-2 once more. This is just a piece of it nabbed, and it stays alive at 1-2, does McGlynn. McGlynn out of Langley, British Columbia. This Simon Fraser roster etched with Canadians. Every single player on their squad is from north of the border. Mostly British Columbia. On the inside part of the zone, called a ball to some groans from the Saints faithful. Count goes to 2-2. That one can't find the outside edge, and we're full at 3-2. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. Tia Riding's another strikeout. Gets her off to a good start here in her third inning of work. She had to work quite a bit last inning, as she had a very quick first. Only 10 pitches thrown in the first inning, but then nearly 40 last frame at 39. She had 9 that at bat, but it was enough to get the strikeout. So 1 gone. As maybe we're getting a pinch hitter here. Our home plate umpire got something. It was writing something down. It should be Cassidy Felt right now, as we see a strike there to start off this at-bat. It is a Felt. Hit over to second. Smoke field. Smoke throws. And it's a 4-3 ground out for out number 2. Now I've got to check around the entire infield to see if Jim Peterson made a change in the infield. He definitely didn't. It's still Matlock at first, Smoke at second, Connerly at short, and Patrick at third. In the outfield, it also looks the same, so I have no idea what the conversation was. That had our home plate umpire writing something down, but the count starts off at 1-0 here for Davy Duke, who scored the first run of the game for Simon Fraser when she was along for the ride on the Jensen double. That one misses up high. Count goes 2-0. Davy Duke more than happy to walk again if she's given that opportunity. 2-0 pitch coming in with 2 outs. Smacks the outside corner of the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 2-1. This one hit up into the air, and it'll fall down in foul territory. Matlock will grab it, give it back to her pitcher. Preparing for a 2-2 count here. Top of the 3rd inning. St. Martin's leads 3-2 thanks to Olivia Matlock homering in her first ever at-bat at home here at St. Martin's University. This one's hit right to the aforementioned Matlock, who snaps it. The line drive to the first baseman will get out number 3 in the top of the 3rd. Riding sends him up and down in order. We will be right back for the bottom of the 3rd. Back here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Reese Davis back out in the circle, and she'll see 3, 4, 5 in the form of Connerly, Schmidt, and Gaudia. First pitch in, finds the zone. Count goes to 0-1. Greetings to all watching, whether you're somewhere in the area, maybe eventually going to make it for game 2 or something like that, or across Canada, across the West Coast, all the way down, maybe even to some Hawaii listeners who are probably enjoying mid-morning and better weather than here, but 45 degrees and seeing the sun isn't bad for early March here in the Pacific Northwest. 1-1 count. Swung on, golfed up in the air, and diving and not being able to make the catch. It's a fair ball. Jansen couldn't come up with it. Connerly rounding for 3rd, and she's into 3rd base standing up. Destiny Connerly, a triple to start off the 3rd inning. Olivia Schmidt now, 0 for 1 on the day is Schmidt. She flied out to right fielder Jansen. Jansen was the one that just came up short on that dive. I didn't think she had a chance at it, and I think in retrospect she might realize she maybe was better off standing up there, but Jansen sold out for it, came up empty, and she is a freshman, so maybe a fairly early season learning experience there for the young outfielder. Olivia Schmidt now stepping in. Schmidt, first pitch swinging, and she slices it foul down the 3rd base line. Count is 0-1 here. This is a GNAC versus GNAC matchup, but this doesn't officially go down as a conference game for either side. These are the games arranged by the conference to supplement some what would be, extra travel costs. Rather than doing that, the conference just sets up kind of early season matchups. This one's out to center field. Backing up and making the play is the center fielder Duclos, but it will easily be enough to score the run, and a sac fly from Olivia Schmidt scores Destiny Connerly after Connerly got on third with her triple. Now it's Riley Gaudia. Steps in. She flied out to right her first time up. St. Martin's, they are having no problem getting the ball in the air today. 2 home runs, a sacrifice fly, and also put it in the outfielder's gloves a fair amount today. On the other side, Simon Fraser has struggled and fallen victim to the strikeout a couple times, as that one misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Mentioned the Hawaii representation on this St. Martin's softball team. Gaudia, one of those Hawaiian players out of Kanohi, Hawaii. Freshman bats this one up in the air. The center fielder Duclos camps under it and nabs it for out number 2. Up comes Vanessa Smoke now. Smoke, she flying out to right field as part of a trio of Saints that did that in the second inning. Big swing and a miss from Smoke on the high rise ball. Count goes to 0-1. A 1-2 outs here, bottom of the third inning. Batted to left field, backing up and over the head of the left fielder. McGlynn couldn't get to it. She nabs it off the wall. The throw into second will not be in time. Smokes in, standing up. A double for the St. Martin's second baseman. Nearly a third home run by St. Martin's. As the way they're hitting it, soon enough, one's going to end up cracking the window here of the rec center. That is beyond the left field mark. That's going to do it for Reese Davis's day. The right-hander went 2 2/3 innings, and we'll see how many runs she's responsible for, because Smoke is standing on second and is her responsibility. New pitcher coming in for Simon Fraser. We're going to let her warm up, and we'll tell you all about her when we come back. 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Back here, we're in the bottom of the third. The new pitcher for Simon Fraser is Julia Hansen. I mentioned her warming up in the bullpen earlier. She does take over in the circle. Another right-hander, and first pitch hits the zone. Not cleanly caught by Davy Duke, but didn't need to, as Smoke wasn't about to gamble and try to go to third. Count is 0-1. That brings an end to the day for Reese Davis. Davis, of course, the illegal pitches and the long ball were the two things that kind of stained her outing, as that one misses outside on Olivia Matlock. It was Matlock that went yard, Schultz that went yard, and a sacrifice fly brought across the 4 runs. She is responsible for smoke on second here if Matlock can do something with her. This one's hit hard down the first base line, but a foul ball. Count will go to 1-2. For Julia Hansen, she has struggled in her 9 appearances this year. 9.58 ERA, 0-2 record in 19 innings pitched. And control has been her biggest enemy. Just 4 strikeouts to 13 walks. Off the plate, count goes to 2-2. Deuce is wild. 2-2, 2 outs, and a runner on second here. Bottom of the third. As we itch to get through inning 3 of 7 if we play that full 7. However, if there's a run difference of 8 or more past 5, then that'll be all she writes. This one floating up to shallow center field. Duclos comes forward to make the catch, and Julie Hansen comes on and gets the job done and closes the book on the day from Reese Davis, the Simon Fraser starter. We'll be right back for the 4th inning of play. It's 4-2 after the Schmidt sac fly scored Destiny Connerly. Back here, Tia Ridings continues her stint in the circle. She will see 5, 6, and 7 this half inning, and it will be Balkan as well as Zagari and Parker. Swing and a miss to start it off. Count is 0-1 versus the designated player, Balkan. Swings on that high pitch, and count goes to 0-2. Oh-2 coming in, misses high and away off the plate. Count goes to 1-2. Tia Ridings, I didn't give you her stat line on the season coming in. She is a 2.40 ERA pitcher, 2-2 record. This is her 7th start. All of her appearances have been starts. She does have 1 shutout. And a swing and a miss, another strike for her. That is strikeout number 5 for her on the day. That means she's got 25 on the season to go with 17 walks. She is so far the punch-out pitcher. Opposing batters hitting .203 against her, also lowest on the team. First pitch, a strike, and it's 0-1 on Zagari. Caitlin Zagari out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. Just like her teammate Balkan, who just struck out. The 0-1 coming in. Ridings fires it, and it's high up into the air. Just running out of time to get to it is Smoke and Matlock. Also coming in was Lugowski. She was a little bit further away. Nobody can get a piece of it. And the count will go to 0-2 after the foul ball. Update from across campus. Central Washington University is playing their GNAC opener against St. Martin's University. It's also SMU's GNAC opener, and those are official GNAC games. And currently leading the Saints 5-0. This one again hit high in the air down the first base side. Lugowski comes in to make the grab. Got it. Kaylee Lugowski, kind of a little bit awkward there. She didn't go full dive forward. Just kind of lunged out her glove as her legs crumpled under her, but immediately held the softball up with her glove around it, and 2 are gone in the top of the 4th. First pitch is a strike into Avery Barker. Tia Ridings, looking back at last inning, she retired the side in order. So she has retired 6 straight if you include the final out of the top of the 2nd inning, where things did go a little bit wrong for her and the Saints, but in the end she reined it in, got that final out, stranded a runner on second, and immediately the first batter in the bottom of the 3rd inning, Olivia Matlock, gave the Saints back the lead. This one just misses. Low and away. Count goes to 1-2. One, two outs. Ridings fires, and just grabbing a piece of it is Barker. Count will stay at 1-2. Barker is 1 for 1. She broke up Riding's no-hitter there in the 2nd after dropping one into shallow right field. Skips into Schultz. Count will go to 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. 4-2 contest here. St. Martin's leads Simon Fraser University. The pitch swung on, rifled to Smoke, and she lays out and makes the play. Vanessa Smoke with a web gem to follow up the Lugowski catch in right field. What a snag that one was from Vanessa Smoke. It is 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Julia Hansen will step back out into the circle. She'll start her first full inning of work here. And the 3 batters that she's guaranteed to see are 8-9-1, Lugowski, Convery, and Patrick. First pitch, Lugowski swings and fouls it off above the SMU dugout. Count goes to 0-1. Lugowski, her first time up, she walked to first base. She stole second, was able to get to third, but was stranded there. Off the plate, count goes to 1-1. Busy weekend, or weekend, I guess. Last week into this week, including the weekend, for St. Martin's Athletics, as this one touches the glove of the pitcher. So it'll go down as a 1-4-3 ground out, as Hansen did get a piece of it before Barker threw it to Zagari. Like I was saying, the St. Martin's men's basketball team started off this action-packed week as they competed in the GNAC tournament up in Bellingham, Washington, on the campus of Western Washington University. They beat Central Washington in the semifinals before losing to Northwest Nazarene, who was the Cinderella on the men's side, the 6th seed. And there are 6 teams in that men's basketball tournament. They went all the way and was able to take the crown, earn themselves an automatic bid. The entire selection field will be revealed tonight. St. Martin's looks to be in a good spot to make that despite falling in the GNAC championship game. Of course, still a tough loss last night up there. Lots of Saints fans in attendance at Carver Gym in Bellingham. This one misses off the plate. Count is 2-1 right now with 1 out here. Base is empty for Convery, who's 1 for 1 with that slap bunt single, basically. 2-1 count. And then as soon as that game was over last night in Bellingham, it was the administration staff that made their way up, including myself. We immediately drove down and prepared for plenty of softball and baseball today. We'll see doubleheaders on both the baseball and softball side today and tomorrow. And then this upcoming week, we will have doubleheaders again on both Saturday and Sunday. So buckle up and find time to come down to St. Martin's campus and watch plenty of the Diamond Sports. Half-hearted swing there that Convery couldn't get a piece of, so a swing and a miss results in strike 3, and Patrick will now step up after the Convery strikeout. Good job by Julia Hansen since she's come on. She's able to get her squad out of a jam with Smoke on second that she inherited last inning, and now has retired the first 2 batters of this inning. Patrick swings on the first pitch and fouls it off. If you're just tuning in, this has been a interesting start to the home schedule for St. Martin's University. 4 illegal pitches called on the SFU starter, Reese Davis. As part of that, as this one's stabbed into right field, Brittany Patrick will reach via the base hit into right field. As part of that inning where the 4th illegal pitch was called on Davis, we saw warnings issued to both sides, as well as a double play that the specifics aren't that important, I guess. The bottom line is it was Patrick that hit a grounder to second. The throw went to second base, got a force, and then Patrick was safe by a mile over at first, but some sort of hidden ball trick or something resulted in her being called out shortly after over at first. The 0-1 pitch coming in. Misses off the plate for Schultz. Schultz 1 for 2 today, and she has the biggest scoring play for St. Martin's, which was the 2-run shot in the bottom of the first that scored herself and Patrick. Patrick, again, just like that moment, sits on first. And again, this one will be lifted into left center field. A lot less on it, but still plenty enough to get over the infield and into shallow left center. A base hit for KKI Schultz, and she's 2 for 3 on the day. Saints have 2 aboard with 2 outs. Julia Hansen will throw pitch number 20 now, as Destiny Connerly, who's 1 for 1 with a triple, steps in. She sent one down the right field line. A diving Jansen couldn't come up with it. And from there, Connerly, one of the fastest players on the St. Martin squad, was able to scamper all the way to third standing up. 0-1 is the count with 2 outs here. Runners on first and second. Misses high. Count goes to 1-1. Good news for Hansen, who has thrown more walks than she wanted this year. She has not walked a batter since coming on. This is the 6th batter she's faced. since appearing. This one swung on, hit well into left field. Green light being given, the relay home, and Patrick had a weird hesitation over there at third base. I don't know if that was Jim Peterson, who was coaching third, that was at fault for that, but Patrick stutter-stepped on third, nearly stumbled and fell, but kept her feet and was able to get home. So call it an RBI single for Destiny Connerly. It's 5-2 Saints. I thought there was a decent chance to get Patrick at home if they ran the relay correctly, but McGlynn threw it in. And just not enough response. We didn't even see a throw home as a swing and a miss starts off the at-bat for Olivia Schmidt. 0 for 1, but does have a sacrifice fly that scored Connerly, who currently sits at first base. Kekai Schultz at second as the Saints try and add to their lead. That one was hit hard over to the St. Martin's dugout, and on deck over there is Riley Gaudia, and she took a crack on that one immediately. Isaac Tompkins, the athletic trainer for St. Martin's, is coming over to check her out, and she will be pulled out of the on-deck circle. A scary moment, but she was up right away and walking, so hopefully that means she's okay, and just kind of a precautionary concussion test, as that one might have got off the helmet of Gaudia, but again, scary, but walking off and presumably okay, at least as far as potential damage that you can take from a foul ball coming flying at you as hot as it did. This one is low and swept foul. Count is 1-2. I do not see Gaudia coming out of the dugout right now, so there will be a question of who could possibly replace her if this inning stays going. Gaudia is the designated player for St. Martin's as that one hits Schmidt. So now the question will need to come up. Who will come up to bat, as it's Gaudia's to have, but it looks to be a pinch hitter, and I think that's Destiny Salamanca. Yes, it is, Salamanca. She will come on, and again, probably not any replacements defensively, but Gaudia, due to the knock that she took waiting in the on-deck circle, will step out. Salamanca will step in, or maybe not. Maybe she just... No, it is Gaudia. She's back out there. Probably had the precautionary concussion test that you're supposed to take with Isaac Tompkins. It seemed like he took her off to do that, but she's coming back out, and she wants this moment. The freshman will step back in there, and this will be a heck of a story. If she takes the knock, doesn't get her full kind of on-deck circle warm-ups coming in, and then, you know, comes running out of the dugout and says, give me this bases-loaded situation. First pitch, misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Gaudia 0 for 2 today. 2 flyouts, 1 to right field, 1 to center field. So she's been able to get under it plenty. Can she find a little bit more? Swings on that one. Comes up empty. The count goes to 1-1. 2 outs. Plenty of speed on the bases for SMU. Schultz on third. Connerly on second. Schmidt on first. 1-1 count. 2 outs. Bases loaded for the freshman in her first game at her home ballpark as a collegiate player. First official game, I should say. Count goes to 2-1. They did have a fall schedule where they had plenty of those unofficial clashes with foes from around the region. 2-1. Misses low. Count goes to 3-1. Gaudia clearly not rattled by the situation. Having the bases packed for herself. Has a hitter's count at 3-1. See what she can do with it. Gaudia just 1 RBI in her college career. Hit on the ground over near third, and it's nabbed by the third baseman. Great defensive play from a Felt there, who kept her feet, was able to grab that one and tap third base for the force out. Fielder's choice unassisted there. We will head to the 5th. St. Martin's puts up 1, but they leave the bases loaded. We'll be right back. 5-2 SMU. Back here, we are in the top of the 5th inning, and it's Annika Jansen that will lead it off out of the left-handed batter's box. That was not really a slap hit attempted. That was just a straight running bunt, basically, there. She fully stopped her bat and put the second hand down and call it a swing and a miss. Count goes to 0-1. That is a big swing and a miss. Count now 0-2. It was Jansen that found the key to beating Ridings in the 2nd inning when she slapped a 2 RBI double. But other than that, Simon Fraser has been clueless on how to figure out Tia Ridings. This one misses high. Count goes to 1-2. Ridings has retired 7 straight Red Leafs. Misses low. Count will go to 2-2. Schultz, love the effort that she puts back there trying to frame those pitches. 2-2 count with no outs here. Top of the 5th inning. 5-2 SMU in front of SFU. And there is a strikeout for Tia Ridings. Another one on her day. She sends down Jensen looking. And there's one gone in the top of the 5th. First pitch into Amy Hughes is a called ball. Count goes to 1-0. Hughes on the day has a walk to her name, and that is it. Believe an illegal pitch or something was called there, because the count goes to 2-0. But again, we're not stationed down there, so the count was 2-0 for whatever reason. Then a swing and a miss makes it 2-1. Again, we'll rely on our man in the dugout to tell us the reasoning for it, and it was a timing violation. So the pitch clock, not just affecting your MLB watching, but it's affecting your college softball as well, as T. Ridings took too long, and the count was 2-0. Then she threw a strike, missed with a ball, and that one hits the zone. It's 3-2. Full count coming in. Payoff pitch for Hughes. Has one walk already today. Misses up high. Give her second walk for Amy Hughes. Out of Brampton, Ontario, the freshman will be aboard. T. Ridings' next pitch will be number 90 for her. I did see some warm-ups going on with Abby Runyon over in the bullpen. The Saints have three real pillars in terms of their pitching staff. First pitch, a strike, stolen base successful from Amy Hughes. And she's on second with one out and an 0-1 count coming into Megan Duclos. (0-1) with one out here. Hughes in scoring position. Ridings sets to fire. This one dropped down. Throw over to second is safe. It was not handled cleanly by Smoke, who was covering after that bunt attempt. I thought there might have been a chance that the runner, Duclos, there caught the glove of Smoke, but if she did, I believe they'll deem it unintentional. So put it down as a sack bunt error for a bad throw from Ridings. I believe that's how that gets scored as. This one hit over to first. Matlock fields, and it's safe. And then Matlock won't be able to get up and throw to first in time. So that'll work out as an infield single that scores the runner from second. And pretty much everything going wrong right now for St. Martin's. In this top of the fifth inning, all of a sudden, it's 5-4. Called strike to start off this at-bat. Infield single that scores the runner from second. And that was McGlynn that got that. She'll get credit in theory for the RBI. As Matlock sold out to tap first, but can't give an error for her on that. Count is 1-1. Misses up high. Count goes to 2-1. One out here. The score is 5-4 here in the top of the fifth. Actually, I believe now the count is 1-1 with one out and a runner on first. That one will miss, and it'll be 2-1 now. T. Ridings at 95 pitches here. She's been made to work. She's had some strikeouts. But right now, tying run on first for Simon Fraser. A stolen base attempt coming, no throw from Schultz. So it will be a successful steal, and the tying run is in scoring position now for the Red Leafs. A 3-1 hitter's count for the third baseman, Afelt, at the plate. We're having a quick conversation between the umpires, but I believe they got whatever it was settled. Count is 3-1, one out, runner on second. Hitter's count pitch coming in here. One swing of the bat. This game could be tied, and it won't be swung there. She'll just take that pitch low, ball 4. And now a Felt is aboard, a possible go-ahead run. 1 out here. Ridings retired 7 straight before the cracks started to come. And now that'll be the day for Ridings. She will be subbed out. In comes Chloe Leverington. And when we come back, we'll see if she can get her squad out of the jam. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Saints Digital Network. It's 5-4 SMU in front of SFU. We're back here. We are in the top of the 5th inning. St. Martin's up 5-4 with a new pitcher now in. First pitch, it's going to be a wild one, and it's going to put 2 runners in scoring position as McGlynn and Felt both move up. And not the start that you want from Chloe Leverington, who has just come on. And now the drama gets even higher for Simon Fraser and their current batter, Davy Duke. Hit on the ground, fielded by the shortstop, Connerly, and now they nearly got the woman at third, McGlynn, stuck in a pickle as she was trying to toy with the defense, see if she could possibly nab home, but it's great defense played by the infield for St. Martin's University, as it'll work out as a 6-3 ground out, and everybody's frozen. Connerly picked it up, got McGlynn and a Felt to stay where they are. 2 outs now, so that takes any sacrifice opportunity off the board. If Balcon's going to keep this inning alive, as that looked like a foul ball, but the umpire right over top of it has let it play, and it will be an RBI double down the left field line. It hit right at the feet of our umpire, and I didn't even really see a clear call from him, but he didn't put his hands up and say foul, and so I think Jim Peterson is going to come out and question what exactly was the call over there, and that's exactly what is happening is he's talking with our home plate umpire, probably asking him if he had a view on what happened there, because the umpire down the third base line was trying to get out of it rather than trying to see exactly what the call would be. They're going to have a discussion. We're going to take a quick break. In theory, Simon Fraser leads 6-5. We'll see if the call stands. We are back here, and you might have just seen all that was just happening there. Jim Peterson somehow convinced the umpires to replay what was just happening there, as there is I just got a call from our crew down in the press box there on the side. Of course, we're not broadcasting from there. We think this is a better angle up here to try and show you what's happening. Of course, we didn't have a great angle on that foul ball. They would have a better look at it, but after some discussion, it goes down as a foul ball instead of a 2 RBI double. A huge change of the call, and this one's hit out to left field. Coming in and making the grab is Schmidt for out number 3. Wow, a huge call to take away a 2 RBI double that would have given Simon Fraser the lead. They go back. They say instead, actually, that was a foul ball. The count goes to 0-1, and on the next pitch, it's a flyout to end the inning. St. Martin's holds on, comes back from death nearly, and still has the lead. We'll be right back. It's 5-4 SMU. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 5th inning. St. Martin's leads 5-4. This game continues to be one of a kind. 4 illegal pitches, warnings to both sides, a hidden ball trick, something double play, and then last inning, a 2 RBI double called and then taken off the board, and immediately turned into a flyout to end the inning. This first at-bat will be hit to second base. It was Smoke that hit it to her counterpart, the other second baseman. Barker will throw out the Saints second baseman for out number 1 here, bottom of the 5th. Wow. Julia Hansen is in the circle for SFU, Simon Fraser University. She has a relatively normal day compared to everybody else. This is, I'm doing my best I can here to try and tell you what's going on here, but I am seeing something new at pretty much every turn, and I guess that's how season openers go, especially when you have another game going on across campus, and, no days off. No days off in college athletics, that is for sure. 0-2 is the count into Olivia Matlock, who hit a home run in her first at-bat of the day. Solo shot over the left field fence. 1-2, 1 out, bottom of the 5th here. This is 7 innings that we are prepared to play. This one's hit up the middle, and it took a weird hop to get over the shortstop Hughes' glove. But it was hit with such ferocity that really there was no way for Hughes to get more than a glove over there. A base hit up the middle has Matlock aboard with 1 gone. Up comes Legowski here with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch, she swings and she laces one into left field. 2 straight hard hits from the St. Martin's freshman. As Matlock on second, Legowski on first. That was Legowski's first hit at home as a Saint. Up comes Megan Convery. Convery is 1 for 2. She had an infield hit on a ball that she slapped away at and just got it a few feet in front of the catcher and enough for her to scamper over to first. Now a big opportunity for Convery. She slaps that one foul. Count will go to 0-1. Cross campus, St. Martin's trailing 7-2 in the top of the 6th versus Central Washington University. They got themselves a good one there. The same amount of runs scored in both games as they are nearly parallel with each other. Bottom of the 5th here, top of the 6th there. This one misses. No, it does hit the outside part of the strike zone. Count goes to 0-2 for Convery. 0-2, 1 outs, runner on second, and a runner on first. That one misses outside the zone. A called ball. Count goes to 1-2. Slap foul yet again. Count will stay 1-2. One out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Called strike 3 there on Convery. And now there is 2 gone in the bottom of the 5th. That one misses outside. Brittany Patrick here, flipping over the lineup card. The 1-0 misses up and away. Count goes to 2-0. That one hits the zone. Count goes to 2-1. Julia Hansen in the circle trying to get herself out of this jam here. She got herself out of a bases-loaded jam last inning. This one swung on and hit foul down the right field line. That one will miss, and we go full, 3-2, 2 outs. Big pitch here, payoff pitch coming. Into Patrick. Misses low, and the bases will be stuffed again. St. Martin's, for a brief second, lost the lead last inning before a 2 RBI double was wiped off the board. Instead, they went from down 6-5 back to up 5-4, and now, with Kekai Schultz stepping up to the plate, the Saints could give themselves more than just a 1-run cushion. First pitch into Schultz. She swings on it, lifted out to right field, backing up and making the catch with the heel of her glove is the right fielder Jansen. The St. Martin Saints again come up empty in a bases-loaded situation. Hansen, some clutch pitching, and the defense makes the play behind her. It is still 5-4 St. Martin's. We head to the 6th inning of play. Zagari, Barker, and Jansen will bat this inning in theory, unless we have a pinch hitter or something else weird happens. First pitch is a strike in there from Levington into Zagari. Zagari is 0 for 2 today. This one swung on, lifted to shallow right field, and a basket catch sliding in from Legowski. She's already had one nice catch out there and right. Give her another one as the freshman comes up big to get one away in the top of the 6th. Avery Barker now stepping in. Barker is 1 for 2. She's singled into right field. First pitch is a strike. Count goes to 0-1. As this one is cracked into shallow center field, and Megan Convery comes in and makes the catch. 2 are gone in the top of the 6th. Both pitchers are relief pitchers for their squads in this contest. Julia Hansen come on, has served well in relief. Chloe Levington inherited a sticky situation and got out of it somehow unscathed, as she still holds the lead. It is a save opportunity for her if she does finish out this contest. I'll also give you the final line for Tia Ridings here in a moment after this next pitch, which is fouled off. Count goes to 1-1. Ridings went 4 1/3, allowed 3 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. She had 6 strikeouts and 4 walks. Levington now through an inning and a third herself. On the other side is Reese Davis in line for the loss, throwing 2 2/3 innings. Hansen has thrown 2 1/3. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-2. 1-2, 2 outs, top of the 6th. Saints lead 5-4. They need 4 more outs to get their first home win of the 2023 season. That one misses up and in, nearly caught Annika Jansen, who's at the plate. Jansen 1 for 2 today with a double down the right field line that scored 2 runs for Simon Fraser. This one misses low and away. Count goes to 3-2. Three-two, 2 outs. Foul ball. Three-two, 2 outs, top of the 6th inning. And it's a called strike 3. Levington gets the strikeout. And we head to the bottom of the 6th. It is still 5-4, St. Martin's in front. back here. We are in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch into Destiny Connerly. Misses the zone. Count goes to 1-0. That one hits the bottom of the zone. Count goes to 1-1. Connerly today is 2 for 2. A triple and a single. Halfway to a possible cycle for her. She would need a home run as well as a double. Obviously, triple and home run are the two hardest to come by. A lot would even say triple is more difficult to come by. As that one just misses outside. Count goes to 2-2. Seeing a good amount of Saints fans that are filling out the bleachers. Some Simon Fraser fans, I think, as well. 2-2 is our count. With no outs here, leading off the bottom of the 6th is Connerly. Swings on that one. Fouls it fairly weakly up and over the St. Martin's dugout. 2-2 is the count. With no outs, also due up this half inning is Schmidt and Gaudia if we see Gaudia continue. This one hit well out to left field, and it will be foul. That one was a clear sign by the umpire on the third baseline that he called it a foul. The turning point or lack thereof in this game was the foul ball or not that happened in the top of the 5th inning. As we see ball 3 there. I think Connerly and myself were both fooled. Maybe thought it was a full count as the count goes to 3-2. Now the payoff pitch, and Connerly swings and misses and is expired on strikes. Julia Hansen now at 59 pitches. Next pitch will be pitch number 60 for the right-hander. Hansen has come on and served admirably, but still fighting from behind is Hansen, the Beaconsfield, Quebec native. As up comes Olivia Schmidt. Schmidt 0 for 1, was hit by a pitch and had a sacrifice fly as well. First pitch swinging here, and it's going to be a foul out of play into the Saints bullpen. Count is 0-1 here with 1 out, bottom of the 6th inning. Leverington likely will come on for the save opportunity in the top of the 7th inning. If she can get 3 more outs, she will complete the save and get this win for St. Martin's University against a GNAC foe in Simon Fraser University. 1-1 is the count, 1 out. Olivia Schmidt, left fielder at the plate. This one hit right to the shortstop, fielded and thrown on target. And in time to first base, Hughes to Zagari, and 2 are gone in the bottom of the 6th. Up now is Riley Gaudia. She took a knock from a foul ball right before her last time up. Then amounted to coming out of the bullpen with the bases loaded. And unfortunately for her, came up empty as she grounded out to the third baseman as that one hits the zone. Called strike makes the count 1-1. This one hit hard down the third base line, and that was pretty much what the hit was that was called fair, or at least not stopped. and then called foul later. As that time, our ump down the third baseline made sure to call that one right away foul. Just off the outside quarter, appeal over to first base. Ump said that Gadia did not go. Count goes to 2-2 on the ball, low and away. 2-2, 2 outs. Swung on, up and into the glove of the second baseman, Barker. Good job for her to make the catch on the run, backing onto the grass. The last chance for Simon Fraser, down 1. We head to the top of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. You're watching St. Martin's versus Simon Fraser on the Saints Digital Network. Top of the 7th, last chance for Simon Fraser, amounts to their 9-1-2, as it should be Hughes, Duclos, and McGlynn. Always, of course, in situations like this, keep your eye out for pinch hitters, however. As that one hits the zone, a called strike. Looking through my binoculars, it does look like Hughes out there. And she's behind 0-2 to Chloe Leverington, coming on, trying to get the save here, inheriting a jam, getting out of it. And a called strike 3, 3-pitch strikeout of Amy Hughes starts off this top of the 7th. And 1 is away as St. Martin's tries to hold on. Up now comes Megan Duclos. McGlynn on deck, representing possibly a last chance. But first, what can Duclos do in the leadoff spot? In the zone, a called strike. 4 pitches, 4 strikes from Chloe Leverington. The 0-1 swung on a miss. Count goes to 0-2. 5 pitches, 5 strikes to start off this inning for Chloe Leverington. Swing and a miss. 2 gone on 6 pitches, all of them strikes. Abby McGlynn steps up. McGlynn, the last chance for Simon Fraser. She has 2 strikeouts already today, but she did get a single in her most recent trip to the plate. She needs to not get out to keep this contest alive for Simon Fraser. Swung on and missed. Count goes to 0-1. Leverington has got a K each time the ball has released her hand. The 0-1 with 2 outs. Swung on, a foul ball. Not only is Chloe Leverington 1 strike away from getting a strikeout and a save, she is also 1 strike away from doing something that people would reference as immaculate. The 0-2. She's done it! on an immaculate inning to finish off this contest. What an inning from Chloe Leverington. A swing and a miss. 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts. And that is how you finish off a save and a St. Martin's win. What a showing from St. Martin's University. They used the long ball to get the job done here. Let's go over some of the stats real quick before we wrap this up and tell you to stay on this broadcast. We'll just mute it and then take a quick break as we get ready for game number 2. Tia Ridings will pick up the win, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, 4 runs, 3 of them earned, 6 strikeouts and 4 walks. Leverington, the save, getting the final 2 2/3 innings, 4 strikeouts and no walks. On the other side, the loss will go to Davis. We'll see if we see her or Hansen in the second contest that we play here. Offensively for the Saints, they were powered by a home run from Schultz and a home run from Matlock. Schultz had 2 RBIs. They also had an RBI from Connerly and Schmidt. That rounds out the 5 that they brought across. On the other side, for Simon Fraser, their RBI totals were Jansen as well as McGlynn, who had an RBI single. That'll do it for this first contest of the game. Again, stick around. We'll bring you game number 2 right here on this same stream. We'll just mute it, and until then, join us for game number 2. Have a quick snack, and we'll bring you more St. Martin's versus Simon Fraser softball here from beautiful Lacey, Washington. And the final score of game number 1, 5-4, St. Martin's wins. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I don't know how much softball we're going to have for you right here off the top because it has started to rain pretty hard, but hopefully it's just a cloud overhead. And it maybe looks like back to light gray skies after this. Everywhere I look, though, it's just different shades of gray in the sky. I'll keep you updated on how ferocious it is. You can probably tell that it's a little bit darker than it was game one. Let's talk to you about the lineup. It's Duclos to lead off once again. And then it will be McGlynn, Affeldt, Davy Duke, Balkin, Zagari, Winters, Beardsall, and Jansen to round out the starting nine. And as of right now, we're about to get pitch number one of this contest. Abby Runyon is the starting pitcher. And she'll put it into the dirt as we are underway. Game one was won by St. Martin's University by a score of 5-4, thanks to a final immaculate inning from Chloe Leverington. That pitch misses up high from Runyon into Duclos. Count goes to 2-0. Again, it is starting to pour out there. When I went down there in between games, kind of touch base with coaches, everything like that. There's that one outside, and when the ball's slippery, it's tough not to get that call because it was awfully close to being in the zone. We'll see how long this game holds out. It's a kind of a game of chicken right now with the rain, whether it's going to pull off or whether it's going to just damage this infield more. That one, apparently one of those was a strike in there somewhere. Our umpire is not giving clear signals. It is a different home plate umpire than before. And, yeah, it's just a long strike call that the umpire holds out for. That one was called a strike. Count is 3-2. Full count. Payoff pitch to the leadoff batter, Duclos. Swings on it, over to third, fielded and thrown. Safe over at first. That was a close play over there at first base, but just beating it out was Duclos. A good slap hit there. Works exactly how it should, as Salamanca is the third baseman over there that was trying to get her in time. The first baseman is Brittany Patrick, who's also leading off for this game. Up comes McGlynn now. She swings and misses. Stolen base will be successful. Smart play by Duclos. I think just taking advantage of the fact that it's raining out there and any chance of any slippage, more than happy to just take it and run with it, literally, as the stolen base gets her to second base. 0-1. Off the plate, count goes to 1-1. No outs here. And the top of the first just underway between Simon Fraser and St. Martin's University. McGlynn, the left fielder, receives that one outside. Count goes to 2-1. Smart softball fans here. You see a couple behind the plate maybe that didn't bring an umbrella. At least they brought raincoats. And then in the outfield, we got people strapped. We got a big old tent out here. We got plenty of umbrellas. People prepared for the weather conditions. Softball in the Pacific Northwest. This throw is over to third, and because it was in the dirt and Duclos is not going, that's going to go down as a wild pitch rather than a stolen base. But it still was a good read by Duclos to go for it, as Duclos, thanks to her speed, has got herself all the way around to third, thanks to just a tap to third base. That's all she has really. That's all she did with her bat. It will be a 3-1 count, but we are already having our umpire come over and have a conversation with the press box area down there. And they will be putting us into a rain delay right here, as you can see the outfielders and the infield making their way into the dugout. We're going to try and wait some of this out, I presume. And if the rain doesn't subside, maybe we might have played our final pitch of softball today. Again, it looks like maybe a cloud might be leaving us shortly. Hopefully that is the case. For now, we're going to go into a rain delay. 0-0, top of the first. The score is 0-0. The count is 3-1 with no outs and a runner on third. We're going into a rain delay. We hopefully will be back underway shortly. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who are still sticking on the stream and just kind of waiting out for some sign of life, we have a sign of life, and you can see it right there. It looks like the tarp is being removed. The sun may be peeking out. I won't say it too confidently, as you never know if the sun will just dip back behind the clouds here. But as of right now, it looks like we have a good chance of getting back underway at some point here. There might be a little grounds work needed on the field, and obviously warm the players back up, warm the pitchers back up, and get ready for the resumption of this game. As of right now, it is a 3-1 count, no outs, top of the first inning. We just got underway. And Duclos, the leadoff batter for Simon Fraser, is on third. Abby McGlynn is at the plate, receiving pitches from Abby Runyon. So, should be shortly. We will see exactly what that means. But just feel free to start thinking about the possibility of making your way back to your phone, your computer, your smart TV, maybe if you got us up there, and preparing to watch, hopefully, a full 7 innings of Division II softball here from Lacey, Washington. Again, sun peeking out, rain has stopped, tarp is off. We should be getting underway shortly. We will be right back. I'll get you any more updates. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we might just have some more softball for you today. The sun is back peeking out after a little rehab work on the field. The tarp taken off. It looks like we got defense making their way out. Let me explain to you the situation, then I'll start to break down the regular early game stuff that I didn't even get the chance to get to. Situation right now, it's a 3-1 count for Abby McGlynn batting. Abby Runyon is pitching. It'll be her 11th pitch. She got 10 off before the rain forced the teams to evacuate the field. Duclos, who led this game off with an infield single and then got to second via a steal and third via a wild pitch. She stands on third, trying to get home and give Simon Fraser an early lead. And there's no outs here in the top of the first to do it, and no rain coming down, so surely Abby Runyon will be appreciative that she can get a firm grip on the ball out there. Defensive alignment for St. Martin's before we get back underway. The outfield from left to right is Schmidt, Convery, and Legowski, the same it was in Game 1. The third baseman is Salamanca. Connerly's the shortstop, Smokes the second baseman, and Patrick flips from third to first. And then the catcher is Kekai Schultz, who had that big two-run jack in game number 1. All right. So starting off this restarted at bat at 3-1. One ball. It should put runners on the corners with no outs here. And that is not what will happen. It will be a strike on the outside edge. You'll have to bear with me this game because we're situated in the outfield. We don't hear the auditory cues from the home plate umpire, and this home plate umpire takes their time calling strikes. This one late swing foul ball. We stay at 3-2. Full count pitch. Coming in. Runyon on the mound. Sets, prepares to fire. Lean backs and gets it up in the zone. Another swing and another foul ball. Count will stay at 3-2. Abby Runyon on the season, a 2.77 ERA, 2-1 record. Another foul ball beaten off into the parking lot. We stay at 3-2. This is only her second start, Abby Runyon. She's mostly appeared out of the pen. And she does have one save to her credit. Another payoff pitch. And this was foul yet again. So we're back underway, but really we've yet to get off the ground here in our attempt once again at takeoff. Three-two, no outs, runner on third. McGlynn at the plate, battling Runyon. And it's hit out into left field. It'll bounce twice before Schmidt will pick it up. After all that, an RBI single for Abby McGlynn gets us off, and it is 1-0 Simon Fraser. Duclos scores. McGlynn, the leader in this SFU squad in batting average, makes do, combines with Duclos, who's right behind her in the batting average category, and right behind them is the woman at the plate right now, Cassidy Affelt, the shortstop, steps up for the first time here in game number 2. Squares to bunt. She kept it down. It's a called strike. Count goes to 0-1. Game 1 was marred by a lot of unique situations. 4 illegal pitches called. 1 timing rule called. And a a 2 RBI double that was wiped off the board that, when you look at the final score, it was a very crucial 2 RBI double that didn't count. In theory, would have given Simon Fraser a win, as they ended up losing 5-4. The 2 RBI double, for a second before it was wiped off, gave them a 6-5 lead. That ball's high. Count goes to 1-2. Runyon now will pitch number 20 on the day for her. Of course, more than likely we might see T. Ridings or Chloe Leverington here in game number 2. Leverington came on and did something amazing. She got the immaculate inning, which is rare to do in baseball. I think it's almost even more difficult to do in softball. Just because the ball's a little bit bigger, you get a little bit more foul balls. Swing and a miss. There's a steal attempt that will be safe, but it's a strikeout. Get a crucial first out, but McGlynn does move up 90 feet, or 60 feet. Sorry, thinking baseball. The flip back. You're gonna catch me. If you're only watching our softball games, you're gonna catch me plenty times. I'll probably refer to the circle as the mound once or twice. As that pitch misses low, count goes to 1-0. Both St. Martin's softball and baseball in full swing today. They each had a little bit of delay due to the flurry of rain that came down here, but not too much to keep us down for long. This one's hit high in the sky, and it comes down right on top of Smoke, who moves over to make the catch behind first base. And the pop fly out to the second baseman will be good for out number 2 here in the top of the first. 1-0 thanks to a McGlynn RBI single. McGlynn now stands on second base. First pitch swinging from Balkan. Janique Balkan will be behind 0-1. She is the designated player here in game 2. Balkan on the season, batting .314. That one, little off-speed pitch up in the zone, and again sliced foul. Count goes to 0-2. 2 outs here. Runyon at 25 pitches here, thrown in inning number 1. Pitch count a little bit less important in softball, of course, but still, it will wear and tear on your arm and tire you out, at least, if nothing else. Runyon did throw 10 pitches before the break, so she's only thrown 15 pitches in this stint of time, I guess. That pitch goes way high. Count goes to 1-2. The rest of the lineup, that maybe we will see this inning, maybe we won't. Zagari is after Balkan. Winters bats 7th, Beardsall 8th, and Jansen will round out the starting 9 for the Red Leafs. This one low, wild pitch is going to get by Schultz and advance the runner. I almost did it again. Advance the runner 60 feet. And McGlynn now stands 60 feet away from home plate. 2-2. 2 outs. Runner on third. 1-0 Simon Fraser. Saints yet to bat here in game number 2. Just underway. As that one goes up high and Schultz shoots out of the stance to grab it. Count goes full. Runyon kicking around the circle, making sure it works for her. And it will miss, and also miss the catcher, Schultz. And a walk combined with a wild pitch will score the run as Balkan heads to first and McGlynn scampers home. It is 2-0 Simon Fraser. Runyon on the season had not thrown a wild pitch all year, but she had 2 in that at-bat alone that advanced the runner to third, and then obviously home plate as we see a strike to start off the at-bat for Zagari. Caitlin Zagari, 0-1 count coming into her with 2 outs. Runner on first. That one misses the zone, maybe a little bit inside. Count goes to 1-1. Off speed. Misses maybe outside. Count goes to 2-1. 2-1, 2 outs. Runyon having a little trouble finding the strike zone here. 53% strike percentage. Of course, those 2 wild pitches that right now have resulted in a run for Simon Fraser at the knees. And just a little bit low. Count goes to 3-1. Not getting any favors from the home plate umpire here. Has 3 straight balls, all of them very close to catching a piece of the zone. None of them called as such. 3-1. That one does catch the zone. Count goes full, and for the second batter in a row, we'll have a full count pitch with 2 outs here, but this will allow Balkan to scamper to second, get a head start. 3-2. And it will miss. Ball 4. And Balkan moves up. Zagari moves to first. Winters will walk to the plate. Jim Peterson's going to make his way out of the dugout. He had a conversation, just a few words to our home plate umpire. Don't know what he was checking in on, but maybe questioning the zone a little bit there, as all 4 of the balls that resulted in that walk were not off by much. There's a swing and a miss from Laura Winters. She's behind 0-1 now. Laura Winters, we did not see her in Game 1. She is batting .222 with 6 total hits, 3 RBIs, no homers. Just misses the inside part of the zone there, does Runyon. Count goes to 1-1. Saints already got ground to make up here as we are just underway in Game 2, inning number 1. Up high, count goes to 2-1. Runyon really has been the most in-control pitcher thus far. She is started this game the lowest on the team in walks with just 6. In her 17 2/3 innings coming into this contest, but already getting touched up a little bit thanks to the plate discipline of the Red Leafs. A called strike there. Count goes to 2-2. I have to hold my breath after each one of these pitches because there's a long pause put on by our home plate umpire to show whether it gets a strike call up in the air or not. That one definitely missed. Count goes to 3-2, and third straight batter. We get 3-2, 2 outs. Base runners will be going on the pitch. Runyon gets the sign, leans back and fires. Swung on to down the first base line, and apt to it was one of the Saints over there. I think that was Tia Ridings, who's warming up in the pen, and she just caught that one right out of the air. We'll do 3-2 again. (3-2), 2 outs. Winters at the plate. Runners going, and it is ball 4, just a little bit too low and inside, says our home plate umpire. This is not a very pitcher-friendly zone, and I'm sure Jim Peterson at the very least is saying, I hope we get that same zone in the bottom half of this inning. Really, other than the RBI single for Simon Fraser, they haven't done much with the bats. It's been the holding off of the bats that has resulted in their most productivity today. This one, I don't know where that one missed. Count goes to 1-0. Hit up into the air, and it's just out of the reach off the top of the Simon Fraser dugout. That would have been huge to get this one, because right now the strike zone feels about the size of a quarter for Abby Runyon. 1-1 is the count, 2 outs, top of the first. Bases loaded for Simon Fraser. Already with the 2-0 lead, a chance to really add to it here if Beardsall can come through. That one hits the zone. It is 1-2, Runyon ahead. She has thrown 45 total pitches in this inning. Again, only 35 since we've come back from the rain delay. But still, that arm and that shoulder has got to be starting to feel it. This one hit out into center field. Convery backs up a few steps and then to her right to catch it for a critical out number 3. Simon Fraser puts 2 in thanks to an RBI single and a wild pitch. However, they leave the bases loaded. It is 2-0. SFU St. Martin's coming to bat in the bottom of the first. Back here, we're on the bottom of the first. Nevada Johnson about ready to throw her first pitch of the day. Lengthened out by probably about a 15-minute weather delay. Really not that much. But enough to hold us up for a little bit. She's going to see a starting lineup that is as follows. Patrick leading off. Schultz batting second. Connerly third. Schmidt fourth. Matlock fifth. Smoke sixth. And the bottom 3 is Salamanca, Legowski, and Convery. The only change that Jim Peterson made to his starting 9 from Game 1 was Salamanca in at the 7 hole. We just had a stoppage in play there. Don't know if that was a pitch timing warning or anything. No, actually, I think our pitcher just needs to duck in her jersey. So after that happens, now we will get underway with a Nevada Johnson pitch. And the first pitch in the zone, called a strike. Nevada Johnson is originally from Delta, British Columbia, a transfer from the University of British Columbia, Okanagan. Another strike makes it 0-2. Johnson on the season has been dinged up a little bit. 5.5 ERA, 2-3 record, and has thrown just 1 complete game. This one ripped to third, and it's grabbed. I thought that was nearly ripped out of the air for just a line out, but it did hit the dirt at one point. Davy Duke throws to first, And it's a 5-3 ground out to get us started. Up now comes Kekai Schultz. Schultz had a 2-run blast right in front of us here in the outfield, where she brought Patrick as well as herself home. Gave the Saints a 2-0 lead. And in a game that finishes with the only winning by 1, 2-run blast, obviously a very crucial play in that contest. Schultz on the season batting .250 coming into today's contests. That one hits the zone, called strike, count goes to 1-1. Jim Peterson was having a little bit of an extended conversation with our home plate umpire in between the top and the bottom of the first. Likely trying to figure out where some of those pitches were missing in the first one. That one definitely misses as it scrapes the dirt. Count goes to 2-1 with 1 out, bases empty here. 2-0 contest. Simon Fraser leads St. Martin's University. Game number 2 of a two-game non-conference doubleheader between the conference foes, the Red Leafs and the Saints. That one swung on. Up the middle, a slow roller. Fielded and thrown low, and a great reach down from the first baseman, Zagari, to grab that throw from Afelt, the shortstop. Really good reaction from Zagari, the sophomore out of Winnipeg. Two outs now here as Destiny Connerly steps up. Connerly first pitch, low and away. Count goes to 1-0. That one is not off the plate. Thought it was going to be off. Instead, it finds the outside corner. Count goes to 1-1. 3 straight walks nearly cost the Saints in the last half inning and made it really bad. That one was up high. Count goes to 2-1. Instead, getting a fly out to center field did Abby Runyon to get herself out of a pickle. 2-1 count with 2 outs here. Bottom of the first inning. Saints trying to do something to answer as this one is hit into the netting behind home plate to even up the count at 2-2. Two coming in. Swung on, up in the air, and over the backstop. We'll do 2-2 once more. Duclos in center. She's a few steps back maybe than she regularly would. This is a power-hitting Saints squad. They can slug it pretty dang good. 2-2 once again. Swung on, this one over the Saints dugout and back and out of play. They really made both the pitchers in game 1 work to the tune of 10 hits. It was 10-3 in the hit count comparison last game. It was just a few fluke plays that got out of hand for St. Martin's defensively that allowed 4 runs to get across. As that one misses high and away, count goes to 3-2. Full count here. Connerly trying to shake some dirt, I think, off her cleats there, as the dirt has turned a little bit more to mud. This one will miss. Connerly, a well-earned walk. First base runner for St. Martin's University is their shortstop. And she'll make way for Olivia Schmidt now, who will step in. Schmidt had a sac fly that scored Connerly after Connerly had a triple last game. Schmidt once again out in the left field. First pitch in. Up high, to Schmidt. Count goes to 1-0. Olivia Schmidt, originally from the hometown of the Ducks, Eugene, Oregon. This one's hit well out to right field, backing up, reaching into the air at the warning track, and making the catch is Jansen. She comes up with that one just before it really could have cost Simon Fraser a good backtracking catch from the Red Leafs right fielder. We head to the second. It's 2-0. Simon Fraser in front. Back here. And the first pitch is just off the plate. Count goes to 1-0 as I continue to try and try and gauge where the strike zone is here for this home plate umpire. That one has to be. Yes, it is. Count goes to 1-1. Again, we hope you're bearing with us for the camera angle we got. It's stationary. We know there's going to be some corners that you can't see exactly what happens, and even the stuff that happens in field. This is going to be a difficult play. Falls right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle there, and nobody's able to make a play for it. So a pop fly Texas leaguer single for Annika Jansen gets us started on top of the second. Again, like I was saying, not a perfect angle for you out here, but hopefully throughout this season, if you're a Saints fan and you're tuning in to different broadcasts, you'll see maybe some added camera angles and some continued improvement of the visuals on the stream. I'll be with you pretty much all season, bringing you every game here from Saints Field. First pitch misses low and away. Count goes to 1-0. Maybe you have some sense of, you can see Megan Convery. She's the outfielder in that is highly crunched in and leaning to, she's playing a shallow left center field, essentially. As that pitch is a called strike, count goes to 1-1. I assume they're not expecting power out of Duclos, just expecting a slap hit, which usually goes the opposite way. So if she does put something into the outfield, they're expecting shallow left field for the left-hander Duclos. One and two after she cut and missed at that one. And that one will miss up and away. Count goes to 2-2. St. Martin's softball team picked second in the preseason polls behind Northwest Nazarene, who was the unanimous number one selection by the GNAT coaches. And that one swung on and missed, and nearly a strike him out, throw him out. Does get the successful strikeout, but Schultz can't fire to second in time. Jansen steals successfully, and it'll be a runner on second with one out here in the top of the second inning. First pitch in the zone, called strike against Abby McGlynn, who has an RBI single to her name. She scored her teammate Duclos, who just struck out. 0-1 count, 1 out. Runner on second is Jansen with decent wheels. Count goes to 1-1 after that one misses low and away. This one hit high into the air. Schmidt running in to get to it, just in fair territory, grabs that one. So a pop out to shallow down the left center, down the left field line will get Abby McGlynn. 2 gone, top of the second. Up now comes Cassidy Felt with a runner on second still. 2 outs. First pitch misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. Saints fans out here sticking through everything. Of course, the veteran fans in attendance will be more than happy with themselves for bringing all the necessary tools, which usually means a couple layers and something waterproof. Possibly an umbrella or a tent overhead if you're the smart fan out in center field that did just that. Just bring a whole dang tent, right? Count is 1-1 with 2 outs here to Cassidy Felt at the plate. Runyon kicks, fires, and a foul ball will loop up and over out of play and near the parking lot. 1-2 count now for Abby Runyon. 60 pitches thrown on the day. Just misses off of the plate. And maybe some groans there from the SMU faithful. 2-2 is the count now with 2 outs. Swung on and missed. If you can't get the called strike, get the swinging strike. That'll retire the side in the Red Leafs half of the second. It's 2-0. Simon Fraser in front. We head to the bottom half of the inning. Back here, first pitch is a strike to get us underway in the bottom of the second. Due up this half inning, it's Matlock, Smoke, and Salamanca. Called strike makes count 0-1. This one swung on, pelted into center field, and a base hit by Olivia Matlock will get the bottom of the second underway. And bring up Vanessa Smoke. Nevada Johnson, her second inning of work on the mound. Nevada Johnson, I already mentioned she's from British Columbia, but maybe somewhere the Johnson family has some connections with the United States, specifically Nevada. Maybe they just enjoy visiting Las Vegas. I don't know. But Nevada is a great name. Pitch misses low. Count goes to 1-0. Vanessa Smoke at the plate right now. That one will also miss low for Smoke. Count goes to 2-0. Smoke out of Troutdale, Oregon. She is listed as a junior. As Johnson sets and prepares to fire. That one just misses hitting Smoke, and the count is now 3-0. Two 2-0 Simon Fraser. Thanks to an RBI single and a wild pitch that scored a run in the top of the first inning for him. That one right down Main Street. A called strike. Count will go to 3-1. On first is Olivia Matlock, who had a solo home run in game number 1. This one hit high into the sky down the left field line, and the third baseman, Davy Duke, kind of bailed out of it. The shortstop of Felt was really the closest one that had a chance. I think she might have called Davy Duke off because Davy Duke did stop running hard for it. McGlynn out in left field didn't really have a chance. And surviving for another pitch is Smoke, the 3-2. Swung on, back to the pitcher, and then thrown into the dirt by the pitcher. That's going to be an E1 on the fielder's choice. As sometimes you get that where pitchers just kind of have a glitch when throwing it back, and seems like a simple throw to second there, but just spiked it in the dirt. And call it an E1 that will put 2 aboard with no outs. This one hit on the ground and thrown over to first base for the out. And the runners are advanced to second and third, respectively. Now stepping up with runners on second and third and 1 out. That pitch misses up high. Count goes to 1-0. It's Lugowski at the plate right now. And that one will miss. Count goes to 2-0. Foul ball, make it 2-1. Coming into Legowski. Swung on, hit high near second base. Fielded cleanly by the second baseman, Winters. And 2 are gone in the bottom of the second. That means no chance for any sacrifice play. It's going to need to be a hit for Convery stepping in now. First pitch misses. Count goes to 1-0. On third is Matlock. On second is Smoke. left-hander Convery, slap hitter, coming in batting in the second leadoff spot. That one misses low. Count goes to 2-0. Two-0 count, 2 outs, runners on second and third. Johnson sets on the mound, or in the circle, and fires a strike in there. Two 1 is the count with 2 outs. Big at bat here for Convery. That one skips in the dirt. It's going to be a wild pitch, and it will score the run. Ball 3. Count goes to 3-1. Matlock smartly running the base over at third. Finds her way home thanks to the wild pitch that just was bowled in there. And we see that. I wonder if there is some really awkward mud/dirt around home plate, too, that it's making it really hard for the catchers to block, because we also saw Schultz let one by her to score a run last inning. There's not a ton of room behind home plate, but enough, clearly, to score some runs on wild pitches. This one hits the outside part of the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 3-2. Smoke at third. 2-1 game thanks to the wild pitch that scored a run. 3-2. 2 outs. Bottom of the second. Johnson fires. Swung on. Hit softly over to the shortstop position, and that is going to be that's a really tough one to call from a hit error perspective, as I think that's going to go down as an E6. Bottom of the line, bottom line no matter what, it does score the run, however. That's a tough one because it is a slap hitter in Convery that would have had a decent chance to be safe, but I think it was just hit with a little bit too much pace, where a field and throw that wasn't necessarily extraordinary could have got Convery over at first. No matter what, it's still a run scored for St. Martin's. They've tied this game at 2 apiece. As that one misses up high, count goes to 1-1. Brittany Patrick at the plate now. 1-1. Is the count. With 2 outs, runner on first. This one ripped down the left field line. Brittany Patrick smoked that ball and now has 2 aboard with 2 outs. As this 2-out rally has a chance to go a little bit further for SMU. Convery now standing on second. Patrick on first. Kekai Schultz will step up to the plate. Convery, good speed on second. Patrick also can move pretty well. She's on first. First pitch into Schultz is a strike. Schultz, her last time up, grounded out to short. 0-1 count, 2 outs. This one is swung on high in the air, down the line, and foul. As near first base, Zagari was over there trying to make a play on it, but just ran out of territory before she ran into the fence. 0-2 now is the count for K.K. Schultz. That one will miss the zone. Count goes to 1-2. One, two outs, runners on first and second. St. Martin's has a chance to add to this 2-run inning, possibly give themselves a lead. Be hit up in the air and foul. Count will stay at 1-2. Another 1-2 pitch coming in. Johnson sets, fires, just a bit outside. Count goes to 2-2. Feel like maybe just in general there's a little bit bigger of a strike zone in game number 1, but part of being a pitcher is adjusting to that as well as being a batter, figuring out what's going to be called a ball, what's going to be called a strike for a specific umpire. This one swung on. It's foul down the third base line. 2-2, 2 outs, runners on first and second. The score, also 2-2. Johnson sets, fires, up high, count goes full. That means the base runners will be running on the release from Johnson. Schultz prepares to receive. If it's a ball, it'll be bases loaded for Destiny Connerly, one of the most dangerous players in this SMU lineup. Instead, it will be hit and touched, and it's a fair ball because it was touched in fair territory by the third baseman, Davy Duke. And that is how the run happens. That's going to go down as a hit because that was a tough play for Davy Duke to make, and it just skipped off the top of her glove. But how about it? As Convery ends up scoring, and it's an RBI single. Or actually, it's an RBI double there from Schultz. Because the throw went to third. It wasn't like she would have been beat out. And a great play, heads up by this St. Martin's squad to just pile on some runs here. They take the lead 3-2. And they have a chance to add to it as Patrick sits on third, Schultz on second. They're having a discussion right now. I'm going to take a quick break. No, never mind. Now they're breaking the huddle. I will stay with you. 3-2 is our score. 2 outs. Johnson has thrown 30 pitches this inning. She got out of that first inning just throwing 17, but right now starting to feel the fatigue of the Simon Fraser starter here in game number 2. Destiny Connerly, what damage can she do from the 3-hole? Catches the inside part of the plate to start off her at-bat. Count goes to 0-1. That one's catches the outside of the plate. Not a call that I would expect to get from what we've seen. Count goes to 0-2 for Connerly, who finds herself in a hole with runners on second and third. Big chance to add some runs to the board. Swings on that one to stay alive. Foul ball. Connerly. This is my first time seeing her play in person. And I think she does have a really good skill at making contacts with those foul balls. She is a hard player to strike out, and I don't want to jinx her by saying that. But I know that last time up, she earned herself a gritty walk by staying alive in a count. See what she can do with another 0-2 pitch. This one's hit out to right field, and a running catch from Jansen will be out number 3. A big RBI double from Kekai Schultz gives St. Martin's the lead. They lead 3-2 as we head to the third. Back here, we are in the top of the third inning. It is St. Martin's 3, Simon Fraser 2. And Abby Runyon back out there now with her first chance to pitch from in front today as she sees Kristen Davy Duke, and Davy Duke rips that one down the left field line, and it is foul. Wow. She just absolutely smashed that one. Coming up empty, however, she will be disappointed to not see pay dirt on that one because you don't catch a ball that well very often. Davy Duke, the cleanup hitter, catches this one pretty nicely. Convery on the run makes the play. A little bit of a juggle, but able to retain possession of it. And one is gone after the Saints elude a possible Davy Duke tying home run and instead get an F8. Up comes Janique Balkin now. Balkin stepping in the left-handed batter's box. Ready to receive from Abby Runyon. Her second time seeing Runyon today. First pitch misses low and away. Count goes to 1-0. First time up. Balkin was able to walk against Runyon as part of that first inning where Runyon threw a lot of pitches. This one hit slowly to short, fielded by Connerly, fires across the diamond, and a gun from Connerly is good for out number 2. I'm excited to just maybe see a couple like kind of regular innings here. It feels like something every inning's had something weird go on during it. We had that double that was nearly a phenomenal catch by Davy Duke last inning. Turned out to be a huge play, and it was a ball that who knows if Davy Duke wouldn't have touched it, maybe it would have fallen just to the left of the foul line. But don't talk about foul lines too much with either of these coaches right here, because that third base foul line was a point of controversy in game number 1 when a crucial play happened that ended up being called a foul ball, but that was after it was originally ruled as a 2 RBI double that would have given Simon Fraser a crucial lead late in the game. 0-2 is the count. Coming in. Misses low and in, so the count goes to 1-2 for Zagari. We'll do the 1-2 again, or 1-2 for the first time. Misses low. Count goes to 2-2. 2-2, 2 outs. Swung on, high fly ball out to right field, backing up and hitting down near the warning track. Turning for 2 and a stand-up double is Caitlin Zagari. She's aboard with 2 gone. A powerful hit by Zagari. Nearly got that one over the fence. Instead, she'll settle for the 2-bagger. And it'll be Laura Winters now stepping up. Winters earned herself a walk last time up. We're getting to the part of the lineup where it felt like nearly everybody walked aboard. They loaded the bases, Simon Fraser did, and left them full. Something that head coach Tina Andrina will surely be looking back at as a moment where she might wish her Red Leafs would have done better, made do a little bit more. This one swung on, up the middle, fielded by Smoke. Smoke throws to first base, and it's good for out number 3. So the double from Zagari, but she's left at second. Still 3-2. St. Martin's in front. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is Schmidt, Matlock, and Smoke due up. For right now, we got Olivia's back-to-back starting with Schmidt. 0 for 1 is Schmidt with a fly out to deep right field. First pitch swinging into center field. A rocket that is not handled cleanly by the center fielder. And I think that's an error, as Duclos should have come up with that one. It was hit with a lot of pace, but she was not lunged out for it. So that's why it'll go down as an error. And again, Simon Fraser allowing St. Martin's a gift there with Duclos. Been really good in center field. Just not able to handle that one cleanly. It is a 1-0 count. That one misses. Now it's 2-0. Matlock seeing what she can do with Schmidt sitting at first. Matlock, her first time up, singled into right field. St. Martin's playing with a 3-2 lead here. They came up with a 1-run win in game number 1 and ahead by 1 now. Finest of margins for SMU. 3-0 pitch coming in. That one catches the knees, and a called strike makes it 3-1. Olivia Matlock still ahead in the count, still a hitter's count for the freshman. That one will get below the knees, and it is a 5-pitch walk to Matlock. So the Olivias are aboard. Now heads up Vanessa Smoke, who's 0 for 1 today. Smoke reached on that error when the pitcher Johnson fielded it and then just spiked it into the dirt in front of second base, trying to get a fielder's choice out there. Squaring a bunt, dropping it down. Going to be a tough play, and it is successfully made. Good job fielding that there for the defense as it goes down as a 5-2 ground out, or a 5-4 ground out, actually. Sack bunt ground out. Now runners on second and third with no outs, or with 1 out. This one's hit over to short, fielded, thrown across the diamond. A good throw, but it will be an RBI ground out. Makes it 4-2, Saints in front. Salamanca will get credit for that RBI on her ground out. Schmidt does the scoring on that play. Matlock now at third. First pitch is swung on and an RBI single for Kaylee Lugowski. Saints up 5-2 as they string together some situational hitting, essentially. They get the first 2 aboard. A sack bunt gets them to second and third. And I'm sure head coach Jim Peterson would agree with me that if you have runners on second and third with 1 out, you want to at least get those 2 across. And with an RBI ground out and a base hit, that's exactly what happened. And surely Jim Peterson will be happy in the dugout with the work done by his squad. Now Legowski on first. The first pitch coming in to Convery, and it finds the corner of the zone. A called strike. Count goes to 0-1. A 1-2 outs. Convery holds off on swinging on that one, and it drops right into the zone. A called strike. Count is 0-2. Two outs. Bottom of the third here. That one misses up high. Count goes to 1-2. St. Martin's down 2-0 after the first inning, but 3 last inning and 2 in the third this inning. As St. Martin's with a little bit of space up by 3. That one misses up high. Count is now even 2-2. Legowski over on first. She stole a base standing up in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Game 1 that was won 5-4 by St. Martin's. 2-2 pitch coming in from Johnson to Convery. Convery swings on it down the third base line, and it is safe over at first base. Convery legs it out. That's a tough play for Davy Duke to make. She pinned that ball down in the dirt and then tried to get her in time, but Convery, with that slap hitting down the third base line, just so quick to get her, and an infield single has 2 aboard with 2 outs. Brittany Patrick steps in now. 1 for 2 today is Patrick. Nearly got her knee hit with that one. Just scooted out of the way. Ball 1 makes it 1-0 with 2 outs. Nevada Johnson, 66 pitches thrown today. Trying to minimize the damage here in this third inning. This one out to the right center gap. Duclos is extended for it, not able to get it. It will trickle all the way to the warning track, and 2 will come home. It's a 2 RBI double from Brittany Patrick. It is 7-5 St. Martin's. Duclos nearly had a chance at it, but just too much ground to make up. Convery easily able to score from first because there were 2 outs, so she was running either way. And the good speed from both her and Legowski finding a way home. Patrick is standing on second after the 2 ribbies. St. Martin's right now a 4-spot put up in the 3rd inning. However, all unearned runs against Nevada Johnson because of the error on Duclos. Have a conversation going on in the circle. I'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back to see if a new pitcher comes in for Simon Fraser. It's 7-2, SMU in front in the bottom of the 3rd. Back here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, there's a new pitcher out there for Simon Fraser, the end of the day for their starter, Nevada Johnson, who, again, the numbers aren't going to churn out that badly for her, as a wild pitch is going to advance Brittany Patrick 60 feet. Not the best start for Shanika Hollingsworth, a new pitcher. We can't completely close the door, or close the book on the day from Johnson, but it would be an unearned run in theory against Johnson if Patrick is able to come home. Again, the 3 errors on Simon Fraser, really a big stain on her day. I can tell you she did go 2 2/3 innings, allowed 6 hits, 7 runs, none of them earned, and had 0 strikeouts and 2 walks. 2-0 pitch coming in. This one swung on a high fly ball out to right field. Jansen coming in and making the grab. It is out number 3. 4 runs put up by St. Martin's in the bottom of the 3rd thanks to an error and some clutch hitting. St. Martin's ahead 7-2 as we head to the 4th. Back here, it's Brand Beardsall to lead us off in the top of the fourth. In this half inning, we have Beardsall, Jansen, and Duclos. Beardsall drops down to bunt, but it is a foul ball. Count goes to 0-1. Beardsall, the catcher here in game number 2, originally hails from Barrie, Ontario. This is a very freshman-heavy Simon Fraser squad. A lot of newbies on the roster for the Red Leafs. A little bit of a late swing there, it seemed, from the catcher for the Red Leafs. She's behind 0-2 as she came up empty on it. 0-2. There was a smile that Abby Runyon had back at Connerly, her shortstop, and more smiling, I'm sure, there as that one finds the zone. A called strike 3 and a 3-pitch strikeout puts one away. Another late swing there. Stepping in is Annika Jansen. Jansen today is 1 for 1 with that pop fly that went into no man's land in shallow left center field. This one misses low and away. Count goes to 1-1. 78 pitches now thrown by Abby Runyon. This one spots the outside of the zone. A called strike. Count is 1-2 now. St. Martin's baseball a little bit ahead of us over there. Just a couple football fields away, basically, across campus. They are in the top of the 6th, and that one is 0-0. This one hits off the glove of Runyon, fielded by Smoke, and it will be safe over at first base. That was probably a situation where Runyon putting the glove to it hurt her team more than kind of helped it, as we did see earlier this game, a 1-4-3 ground out where a glove from the pitcher did not affect it. However, that's going to go down as an infield single for Annika Jansen. First pitch misses. It's a ball. Count goes 1-0. Jansen sitting on first with 1 out. Abby Runyon continuing to do work in the circle. Of course, Jim Peterson rarely has his players or his pitchers go a full game. You see him use a lot of strategy in terms of where to place him into the lineup at different times. He did it to perfection last game when he brought Chloe Leverington in a key situation, and she was able to get out of it and then pick up the save thanks to an immaculate final inning that she threw. 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts. It's something you'll probably see on social media later because of the rare occurrence from the Saints pitcher. This one hit over, and just an awkward hop for the shortstop, Destiny Connerly, to deal with as that ball went dead right at her feet on the 2-1 pitch. And so a base hit, another kind of awkward base hit from Megan Duclos, has Simon Fraser with 2 aboard, 1 gone. Up comes Abby McGlynn. McGlynn with a single and a pop out. And she'll have runners in scoring position now as both players move up on the wild pitch. It was Duclos that scored on an RBI single from Abby McGlynn all the way back in the first inning as part of a 2-run start to this contest from Simon Fraser when they took a 2-0 lead. It's been 7 unanswered by SMU since, but the Red Leafs are very close to cracking that code and getting themselves back to scoring runs and making it maybe a more interesting contest. 2-0. Misses low. Runyon getting a little bit erratic here with her zone after starting this inning off with a 3-pitch strikeout. Ball 4, 4-pitch walk to Abby McGlynn, and the bases will be loaded for the number 3 batter, Cassidy Afelt. This is a 5-run ball game. One good swing here from Afelt, and we could be starting from scratch, essentially. As no mound visit will happen, or no pitching visit will happen. And it'll be another ball thrown by Runyon. That one misses high and away. Count goes to 1-0 with 1 out here. I mentioned the St. Martin Saints baseball team, a little bit ahead of us in the bottom of the 6th. They're at 0-0 there, as a big cut and miss from Cassidy Afelt makes it 1-1. Feel free to head down to the field and campus tomorrow. Someone missed outside, makes it 2-1. We got plenty of baseball and softball happening for you on campus, as Central Washington and St. Martin's will take each other on again on the baseball diamond. And here at softball, Western Washington will take on St. Martin's in a big contest between two teams that have high expectations for their season. Marina Ramirez, one of the best pitchers in the GNAC. She will be exciting to watch when she faces off against this St. Martin's squad. That one just finds the zone. Count goes full. 3-2. Big payoff pitch here from Runyon to Afelt. Fired in. Low and away, and a bases-loaded walk will bring the tying run to the plate. It'll also bring Jansen across to make it that 4-run game that is needed. As Davy Duke steps up, and Davy Duke, we know she's got some pop. She was able to nearly grab a home run last time as she belted a shot down the left field line that was just foul. She ended up flying out on the next pitch, but we know she's got pop, and St. Martin's is not going to deal with it anymore. Jim Peterson gives the nod to his pen. Tia Ridings, who started game number 1 and picked up the win, will come in. She's going to get her warm-ups, and when we come back, she will have a big moment with the bases loaded and 1 out here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Saints and the Red Leafs on the Saints Digital Network. Back here, Tia Ridings throws a strike to start it off. And that one misses just, no, it hits. Count goes to 0-2. 0-2, 1 out, bases loaded. On third is Duclos. On second is McGlynn. On first is Afelt. Duclos has good speed, so a sac fly could be very much an opportunity. Instead, it will be strike 3 as a high pitch is swung on and missed by Davy Duke, not wanting to go down looking, and that's the way to come in if you're Tia Ridings. A 3-pitch strikeout to take away sacrifice opportunities and make it 2 gone in the top of the 4th. Balkan still represents a possible tying run. If she's able to go yard here, it would be 7 apiece. Balkan on the season has not hit a home run yet, though. Foul ball makes it 0-2. Well, Tia Riding's come out of the pen and has thrown 5 pitches, all of them strikes. A strike here would get out of a huge situation, and I'm sure Abby Runyon would be one of the first people out of the dugout to greet her because it would really help her ERA from what it could potentially be if some of these runs get across. Misses low, a good snag off the dirt by the catcher, Kai Schultz. Count goes 1-2, 2 outs. Top of the 4th. Ridings fires it in. This one hit out to left field, diving to try and make the play, and coming up empty is Schmidt. 1 will score, 2 will score, and all 3 runs will come home. A 3 RBI double from Janique Balkan makes it a 7-6 ball game. Olivia Schmidt sold out for that one, trying to make the play. Instead, comes up empty, and pretty easily all 3 runners aboard come home. Now it'll be Caitlin Zagari with the tying run, sitting in scoring position on second. Can Simon Fraser cash in the check? First pitch in the zone, a called strike. Again, I'm not trying to leave you in suspense. I'm waiting for the fist up in the air by our home plate umpire and how the zone has been this day. I don't exactly trust anything until I see it for sure because I'm not getting a great read on it. That one will miss. Count goes to 1-1. Zagari at the plate, batting in the 6 hole. She doubled into deep right field over the head of the right fielder, Legowski, her last time up. That one's a strike. Count goes to 1-2. 2 outs here. On second is Balkan. And this one's lifted up and over the Saints dugout. Will stay at 1-2. Huge at-bat here, as we still have a good amount of the game to play. As leaning out to try and just get a piece of that one with Zagari. Count will stay at 1-2. I don't know exactly what the official sunset is, but we are getting close to maybe starting to think about if the sunset will affect this game. Official sunset in Lacey, Washington, according to my iPhone, is 6:02. The sun will set on that half inning, however, with a strike 3. Zagari goes down swinging. Simon Fraser, though, puts up a 4 spot to answer St. Martin's 4 spot in the bottom of the 3rd. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. St. Martin's up by 1. Back here, we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Destiny Connerly will lead off this frame for St. Martin's University. trying to answer the 4th spot that was put up in the top half of the 4th. Just nearing 5 o'clock local time. 41 degrees, not the warmest of days, but a day where we can play softball nonetheless. So a good one. Count is 0-1 after that ball drops into the zone. Shanika Hollingworth is starting her first full inning work after coming in relief last inning and throwing 3 pitches, getting out of the jam. That one misses outside. Count goes to 1-0. It's been clutch hitting by Simon Fraser that has got their 6 runs. And St. Martin's, they've had some clutch hitting. They also had some timely errors against Simon Fraser and have been gifted some decent chances because of it. Count goes to 2-1 as Connerly doesn't swing at that one. The final line for Abby Runyon, still in line for a potential win. 6 hits, 6 runs against her, all earned. And the 5 walks is something she'll surely look back at and wish went a little bit differently. Called strike, and that's somebody for Abby Runyon who I mentioned. She's thrown 6 walks all year and nearly doubles that in this one game in itself. 2-2 is the count coming in from Hollingworth to Connerly. Skips in the dirt. Count goes to 2-2. No outs. Connerly versus Hollingsworth, the leadoff batter of this inning. Connerly, Schmidt, and Matlock also due up for St. Martin's University. Misses high and away, and it will be ball for Connerly. Earns herself a walk. Up comes Olivia Schmidt. Schmidt sold out for that ball in left field. Sorry, sometimes I have to think about it again because I'm looking at the flipped version of it all. Sold out for that ball in left field and nearly came up with what would have been an amazing catch. Just a little bit too far off of it, and instead 3 runs end up scoring. First pitch hits the zone. A called strike makes the count 0-1. That one off speed and notched up in the air and popped into the glove of the second baseman, Winters, who comes in to make the catch. 1 gone here, bottom of the 4th. Now Matlock comes up. Olivia Matlock is 1 for 1. Walked her last time up, also has a single into right field. This again is popped up into the infield and right on the foul line. Winters comes in, makes the catch again. Pop out to Winters, has 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. Vanessa Smoke now stepping in. Connerly, the most stolen bases on the St. Martin's squad. Look for her to possibly try and swipe a bag. As Hollingworth sets to fire, off-speed pitch, drops right into the zone. A called strike. Count is 0-1. Bottom of the 4th here, 0-1 count, 2 outs. Score is 7-6. St. Martin's in front of the visiting Simon Fraser University Red Leafs. I believe they will head back to Burnaby, British Columbia tonight. Don't see any reason to stick around. It'll be late getting back home, but they'll be back just in time for possible school Monday morning. If it's not spring break for them, it is spring break for St. Martin's, as that one hits the zone. A called strike, but a successful steal by Destiny Connerly. I told you, keep an eye out for it as Connerly puts herself in a scoring position. A 1-2 count with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Smoke, a chance to maybe score Connerly. Swings on the low pitch there. Smoke got fooled by Hollingsworth, and we head to the fifth. No runs for St. Martin's. It's 7-6. They still lead. We got Winters, Beardsall, and Jansen due up the bottom of the lineup. Winters will start us off. She's 0 for 1 today. T. Ridings back out. Again, appeared in game 1, but came on for the first time this game, last inning. 0-1 is the count after the foul ball to start us off. Thanks for tuning in wherever you may be joining from. Hopefully you are enjoying seeing some college softball here at the home of the Saints. Saints setting out on a quest to win their first GNAC championship since the 2013 season. This one's a slow roller near third. Gunned across by Salamanca. What a throw from Destiny Salamanca from the third base position. I didn't think she had a chance. I thought the best chance was to just let that one roll and maybe it turns foul, but Salamanca put a gun on it over to first base. A good stretch from Patrick. Gets one gone, top of the fifth. Now Brianna Beardsall will step in. The first pitch misses the zone. Count goes to 1-0. Beardsall 0 for 2 today. Again, 7 innings here. Game 2 of a doubleheader. First game won by 1 run by St. Martin's University. This one, St. Martin's up by 1. So count on another exciting finish here from Lacey Washington. 2-0 count coming in. This one swung on over to first. Patrick Fields and scampers over to first to tap the bag for out number 2 here in the 5th inning. Hanukkah Jansen, she's been a problem here at the number 9 hole for SMU. She singled into the Bermuda Triangle and shallow left center field, and then an infield single that bounced off the glove of Abby Runyon, who was lunging out trying to make the play on that one. Couldn't do it, and, well, then Jansen was able to scamper to first in time. That one misses. Count goes to 1-1. 2 outs here. T. Ridings trying to rein this game in after that infield single by Jansen, plus a couple other timely hits, including a laced 3-run double. Put Simon Fraser back in this contest after the Saints took a 7-2 lead following the 3rd inning. 1-1 is the count. 2 outs. Top of the 5th. Ridings sets, fires, swung on to center field. Backing up is Convery. She'll stop, and she'll catch for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Tia Ridings. We head to the bottom of the fifth. It's 7-6. St. Martin's ahead. Salamanca will start us off here. We saw the bottom of the order for Simon Fraser. We're going to see the bottom of the order for SMU here in the bottom of the fifth. 7, 8, 9, Salamanca, Legowski, and Convery. First pitch into Destiny Salamanca. Swung on, foul ball. Salamanca, originally from Norwalk, California, the 5'6" sophomore. Plays a great third base as we saw last inning. Fired that ball with an emphasis to Brittany Patrick over at first base. As that one misses low and in, count goes to 1-1. One of the luxuries / difficulties, I guess, that Jim Peterson is tasked with on the St. Martin's squad is the fact that they are so deep. They have different weapons all over the place. And especially once you get into that playoff crunch time, it's all about figuring out which lineup gives you the best chance to win. And nearly every game, Jim Peterson has a new test out of a new lineup. Salamanca slotting in for Riley Gaudia, who started game one, and she also took a knock to the side of her helmet on a foul ball when she was in the on-deck circle. So that can probably also help influence whether somebody gets a game off or not. 3-1 is the count coming in. Salamanca trying to make do with her time here. Off the plate, Salamanca walks. Legowski now stepping in. Legowski, her last time up, picked up an RBI single on a knock into left field. Clouds starting to cover up the sun a little bit more, as again we slowly encroach the sunset. Set for 6 o'clock. Maybe we can play a little bit past that as Legowski rips another shot into left field, and Legowski, another single for the freshman, and 2 are aboard with nobody gone. Convery steps in now. Convery is 0 for 1. An infield single to the third baseman her last time up. First pitch, squares to bunt, drops it down. Going to have a decent chance at first. She's out over at first, but it still is a successful textbook sacrifice bunt for Megan Convery. Good job by Davy Duke to fire that one over to first on target in time. And just like the last time we had this situation, you get runners on second and third with 1 out. If you are St. Martin's, you expect 2 runs to score from that. First pitch misses high and away. Count goes to 1-0. Brittany Patrick 2 for 3 today. How about her day? A double the last time up for the St. Martin's first baseman. Patrick playing the corners as she played third base in game 1, first base in game 2, replacing Olivia Matlock, who gets the defensive responsibilities off here in game 2 as a designated player. St. Martin's baseball team has just narrowly beat out Victory in game 2 of their doubleheader across campus. They notched a run in the bottom of the 6th, and that's all they needed. A 1-0 contest there. So congratulations to those guys across campus that got the job done. St. Martin's softball team here trying to complete a sweep over Simon Fraser, bring some momentum into the game tomorrow. This one's hit up into the air. It will be caught, and it's going to be enough to score Salamanca, and so a sacrifice fly makes it 8-6 in favor of St. Martin's. First pitch in here to the number 2 batter in the St. Martin's lineup. Is a ball. It's Kekai Schultz that sees it. Count goes to 1-0. And that one's going to get through. Kekai Schultz with a base hit, an RBI single to make it 9-6 in favor of St. Martin's University. RBI single from Kekai Schultz. She sits on first now. As that one finds its way and just misses the zone. Count goes to 1-0 on Destiny Connerly, who is in now. As this one's hit into right field, a base hit by Connerly now, as the Saints keep on stringing together hits. Runners on first and second, 2 outs, 9-6, St. Martin's in front. This one's hitting the center field. Duclos comes in and makes a difficult catch to end an inning where the St. Martin Saints put up some crucial runs to give themselves a little bit more of a cushion. It is 9-6 thanks to 2 big hits, a sac fly, and an RBI single for St. Martin's. Saints up 3 as we head to the 6th. Back underway with a strike to start off the top of the 6th inning. It's Duclos to lead us off. 1-2-3 due up for the Red Leafs of Simon Fraser. We do have a pitching change, as it is the right-hander Leverington that steps in. She'll come in a save situation here if she's able to lock down and close down the final 2 innings. Count is 0-2. As Duclos swings and misses. 3-pitch strikeout for Leverington, who has thrown, I don't know, I can't go back to the 6th inning of last game to think about what Leverington threw, but I know that she threw an immaculate inning to finish off that game. So that means she's thrown 12 straight strikes, at least. Not too shabby from the SMU hurler. What can she do against Abby McGlynn as she sent down Duclos? She starts off with the ball, so that breaks up her streak. Now the 1-0 pitch coming in. That one misses as well. Count goes to 2-0. Leverington, 5.04 ERA coming in, 1-1 record. That was her 3rd save, as maybe Jim Peterson looking at her as kind of a closer of sorts, which you don't see a lot in softball. But the count is 2-1. As that one's fouled off. 2-1, 1 out. Top of the 6th here. This one's lifted into left field, and it's down in front of Schmidt, the left fielder, for a base hit. So McGlynn is aboard with 1 gone. Simon Fraser jumped out to a 2-0 lead in this game. Then 3 were scored in the bottom of the 2nd, 4 in the bottom of the 3rd by SMU. They were up 7-2 at one point, but right away Simon Fraser answered as a wild pitch will advance the runner here. McGlynn now in scoring position. Like I said, Simon Fraser answered the 4 spot put up by SMU with 4 of their own, cut it back to a 1-run game. And then St. Martin's put up 2 in the bottom of the 5th. That allowed a little bit of space, and that's where we sit now, here in the top of the 6th inning. 5:23 local time and 41 degrees with sprinkled showers kind of in and out. It did downpour on us pretty hard at one point. We got put into delay right at the top of this game. Not even 1 out had happened in the 1st inning. Now Leverington sees a swing and a miss from Simon Fraser. That makes the count 1-1. Swung on and fouled back. Count goes to 1-2. 1-2, 1 out, runner on second. Top of the 6th inning here. Leverington sets and fires, swung on and missed. A big strikeout for Chloe Leverington. She stands 6 foot, sophomore out of Forks, Washington. Kristen Davy-Duke now will stand in. And she'll swing and miss at the pitch from Leverington. It was McGlynn that reached on a base hit. She got to second on a wild pitch. She's been there ever since. She just watched her strike out as that one smacks the zone and makes it 0-2. That one misses low and away. Count goes to 1-2. Foul ball will stay at 1-2. Top of the sixth here, 9-6 St. Martin's in front. Trying to lock this one down, get themselves a sweep to lead into the game against Western Washington tomorrow. Foul ball will once again have us at a 1-2 count. Last chance in theory, and unless Simon Fraser puts up some runs in the bottom of the sixth, the last chance for St. Martin's to put some insurance is the bottom of the sixth inning. This one swung on, rocketed to Connerly, who maybe had a chance at grabbing the line out, but instead it drops to the dirt. She picks it up, fires to first, and that'll do. 6-3 ground out sends us to the bottom of the sixth. 9-6, St. Martin's in front. Due up this half inning for St. Martin's University, it's Olivia Matlock, Vanessa Smoke, and Destiny Salamanca. First pitch. Into Matlock is swung on. A high fly ball to right field. Jansen there. Wasn't a very confident catch from Jansen, but she staggers under it and makes the catch. One pitch, one out here for Shanika Hollingsworth. And Vanessa Smoke is the new St. Martin's batter to step up. Smoke today is 0 for 2 in this game. That one low. Count goes to 1-0. And Smoke hits this one up into the air. The third baseman, Davy Duke, is under it, and she grabs it. And now 3 pitches, 2 outs, as it has been fairly quick work in the bottom of the sixth. Destiny Salamanca comes in. Salamanca walked, as well as having a sacrifice bunt today. 0 for 1. Waits for that one and plucks it into left field, a base hit. That was good patience from Salamanca at the plate, as the off-speed pitch she just waited on for 2 seconds and plopped it in front of the left fielder, McGlynn. And now there is 1 on with 2 away in the bottom of the sixth. Up comes Legowski. Legowski has played all of both games today. Performed admirably, both in the outfield as well as at the plate. She's 2 for 3 today with 2 singles into left field. Oh, 1. Swung on and missed by Legowski. Tried to get all of that one. Count goes to 0-2 here with 2 outs. 0-2 pitch. Off the plate. Count goes to 1-2. Three errors on the day. Really the biggest thing that you can knock Simon Fraser for in this game is that off-speed pitch drops outside the zone. Thought that might have been the finisher for this inning, but it just missed. Count is 2-2 with 2 outs. Hollingworth sets in the circle and fires. That one swung on and missed. That does finish the inning. The last chance for Simon Fraser coming up in just a few moments. They're down by 3. They need at least that before getting 3 outs. We'll be right back with you for the top of the 7th. Back here, we're in the top of the 7th, the last chance for Simon Fraser University to try and get a win here versus the Saints. They need something from 5, 6, or 7, and probably beyond that as well. They're down 3. It's Balkan, Zagari, and Winters. First pitch swinging and stabbing that one into center field is Balkan. And a huge opening hit for this top of the 7th inning. That's what they need, at least that. And then flip it to the next person and see what Zagari can do. Zagari, 1 for 2 on the day. She does have a walk as well as a deep double into right field. Zagari, the first baseman. She'll step in to the batter's box versus Leverington. That one at the knees and low. Count goes to 1-0. And that one hits the zone. The count is 1-1 now. Swung on, foul ball out of play. One-two count, no outs, runner on first. St. Martin's up by 3. Swung on, up the middle, fielded by Connerly. She didn't take a possible force at second. She just went to first. Taking the surefire out. She was a little bit in front of the bag. It wouldn't have been just a casual tap. But it does get one gone, a runner into scoring position. But if Balkan is the only one to score, it wouldn't really matter, except against Chloe Leverington's ERA. But in the end, it'd pretty much be a wash as this one hits the strike zone on Laura Winters. A called strike count is 0-1 with one out. Balkan on second base. Laura Winters all the way across Simon Fraser's home country from Brooklyn, Ontario. Foul ball, it's 0-2. One out. Another foul ball. Unless we have a double play here, we will see Beardsall, or maybe it might be a pinch hitter. Breaking out the binocs to try and see if it is Beardsall warming up. Beardsall did not play game one. And as of right now, it is number 7 sitting in the on-deck circle for Simon Fraser, so it could be a last chance for Beardsall, as this one is going to be a pass ball that's going to get by Kai Schultz and allow Balkan to get to third. But again, Balkan can score, and St. Martin's wouldn't bat an eye about it as long as they're able to get outs number 2 and 3 before 2 more players after that would get across. This one gets by, and Balkan does the smart thing, holds back. No need to risk anything. Risk getting out in a key situation where you need runs way more than you need outs. 2-2 count, 1 out, Balkan on third. At the plate, it's Laura Winters to see the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A big strikeout from Chloe Leverington, and there are 2 gone in the top of the 7th. Balkan on third. Beardsall at the plate. The last chance for Simon Fraser to come up with a win here. At St. Martin's University, they are on the verge of being swept by the Saints. The 1-0 pitch with 2 outs. A strike. Now it is 1-1. They lost 10-2 to St. Martin's to Western Washington yesterday. Lost 4-5 in game number 1 here today. Simon Fraser did, as a swing and a miss puts them down to their last strike. They will start GNAC play on Saturday when they play 4 games against Western Washington University, trying to find something to get out of this weekend rather than 3 losses to their GNAC foes. 1-2 pitch. A called strike 3. Chloe Leverington, just the way she ended game number 1. She ends game number 2 with a strikeout and a save. That does it for St. Martin's University. They emerge victorious from both games 1 and 2 here at home in front of a St. Martin's faithful that fought through the cold weather and cheered them to victory. The winning pitcher for St. Martin's University will go down as Tia Ridings, because Abby Runyon did not get through 4 innings. And the losing pitcher, despite not allowing an earned run, is Johnson, Nevada Johnson. That's a tough loss for her to pick up with 0 earned runs against her. The save goes to Chloe Leverington. Tia Ridings went 1 2/3, allowed no earned runs, had 2 strikeouts, no walks. Nevada Johnson 2 2/3, no earned runs. Again, 7 runs against her. She got 0 strikeouts and 2 walks. And Leverington picks up the save with 2 innings pitched, no earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and 0 walks. That'll do it for today's contest. Feel free to read the recap later tonight on SMUSaints.com. Also, look at the box score online if you want more on how all the specific players did, or go and check out and see what the baseball team did today as well. Please join us back here on the broadcast starting right at noon. The St. Martin Saints will be taking on Western Washington. That'll be a non-conference game technically, but it is a game that can gauge very well, or a pair of games that will gauge very well how things could shake up in the GNAC this season. For all of us here at St. Martin's University, including a great staff of administrative and just all the workers, coaches, everything that made these games possible today with the rain and the split crew and everything. We'll have it again tomorrow, and so please bear with us for both the streams on baseball and softball, whatever you're watching, as well as our stream producer for this broadcast, Sydney Henderson. My name is Scott Gladstone. Please have a great rest of your night and stay safe out there.